It's been a while, Feer baby.
So long, Bowser. Thank you so much for playing my game.
What up? We're back. We're back and we're one stream streaking. Look at us go. We can't be stopped. Shout out Sweaty Cart for the subs early. What do you mean jump scare? What do you mean jump scare? What's the opposite of jump scare? Jump happy. Jump hooray. Jump I'm glad you're here. Jump it's nice to see you today. Jump you're looking great. Not jump scare. Jump yay. That's what I'm talking about. Fall calm. As opposed to jump scare. How we doing today? Jump marbles, jump street. Satisfying timing on intro. Thank you. Glad somebody said it. Somebody's got to say it. Why did Fear stop saying Donger J and start saying Dongerge? It's been on my mind for about a month, buddy. You gotta watch some more streams or something. I don't know what to tell you, man. That should not be on your mind for months. Fear, I'm rank 55 in 2-mans. Give me a match against Diaz. Rank 55 is like, I mean, it's not last, but it's not good. Okay? I'm rank 104. I'm not even top 100 in my own Discord. That's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. Not even being top 100 in my own Discord. The Zapdasher's undefeated. Zapatos 4-0. Coinciding with his great start to this NA Cash Cup coincidence? I think not. Y'all heard the man. We should go watch someone else. Well, only if you're worrying too much about how I say Dongerge. Guys, NA Cash Cup. Here is the bracket today. I just realized maybe you don't know what's going on. This is what's going on. It's not coin flips, although who knows? Maybe we'll have coin flips today. It is the NA Cash Cup. Diaz versus EVOH in the upper bracket semifinal. Then we'll probably follow the upper bracket final. And then we'll start following the lowers to see who's going to end up playing these guys at the end. Liquipedia guesses it'll be at 7:45 that it'll play. That's a decent estimation. I think technically, according to this, it's saying that it'll be at 4:50. This is just silly. This is just silly. That is saying that this round will start before this round, which is just ridiculous. I think it's going to go a lot later than that. Unless it goes absurdly fast and everyone sweeps everyone. That's what we're doing today. We earlier looked at MENA RLCS, and before that, we did EU Cash Cup. It was a great stream, W stream. Everyone had fun. Everyone thought it was a great time. They thought it was such a good time that they wanted to go again. They said, Fear, the people are begging. They don't want to wait any longer. Another stream as soon as possible. And that is what we're doing here today. Shout out RWS player 248 with the 9-month tier 1. Guys, today's sub goal gonna be hard to hit. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. We already had a stream today. I think it's gonna be about 4 hours of stream today. So that's what I've set up our 1 second. I'm not very good at math and I just noticed it. Give me 1 second. I've set up the sub goal today to be for a 4-hour stream. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. 28 subs we'll have to get today. Now, if someone were to drop a 28 bomb, I don't know, right now, then we maybe even be able to sneak a game of marbles in before we got started. But without that, and actually it'll only have to be a 27 bomb, courtesy of RWS player. It would be quite funny, dude. I'd be laughing so hard. You were so close to winning that marbles round, Lord Voldemort. We're glad you did not get the power of a subscription to the channel. Who knows what would happen next in the hands of Lord Voldemort. The check-in process has started. I've got Evo in the party. I'm going to make him party lead because I'm not going to be pulling people into lobbies today. I'm merely, that's purely, and what was the M? I don't know what the M word was. All right, I got them all in the lobby though, so I don't think the game is going to start without me. Did you guys check in and make it? Oh, they did double check in. Dope. Dope. Oh, wow. It's happening so fast. It's happening so fast. One second, chat. YouTube video is just going to start slightly late. Please connect. Please. Chat, here we go! You missed the first kickoffs and the changes of possessions. Sorry about that. But we are into the upper brackets semifinal. It is Diaz versus Evo, a best of 5. One of the things, they're on the wrong side. One of the things that I have to, get used to here is that the game insta starts. Because they're playing in Start GG, I don't really have control of the lobbies and when they get going. So, they'll just rip it, man. I won't be fully ready, and they just rip it, which is understandable. I am here as a spectator. Shout out Epic for letting me in as, a reporter in the Start GG to be able to actually see the games today from inside the match. Much appreciated. Not something we were able to do before. And it has resulted in getting to watch some high HQ games instead of, getting a Discord stream from a random person or watching other people's lives. Now, that being said, yesterday, both these guys were live. Now, I don't know if they're both live today. Evo would be at Young Evo. I think he has Young Evo clean with no underscores. Diaz is at Diaz RLL, I believe. Double L on his Diaz, as he was now get a reset around ceiling heights and flip it in for a 2-0. If you've watched these guys play recently, then you clearly enjoy my channel because they have played in the Fear versus Chat crew battle. Evo on my squad, Diaz on your guys' squad, the Chat's squad. And it went down to the wire, but ultimately Diaz was able to pull out the win for Team Chat before going on to play FIRSTKILLER on Team Fear, where Team Fear was able to get the dub. Now, can Evo show me that I was right to draft him in the first place with a dub today with more money on the line than there was before? I think. I'd have to do the math. It actually might be a similar amount of money. About $100 extra here for this match if I had to guess without being sure, because with the lower bracket stuff, technically, you could win all the way and still get first, so there could be lots of money on the line, but assuming you lose, it's a whole thing. What is the Moxie and Diaz head-to-head? I'm not sure. First off, Release Rope, great to see you here. You did not get scammed on your streak by the double stream today. Moxie versus Diaz head-to-head. I'm going to guess it favors Diaz because I'm thinking that they probably only ever played on US East with Moxie. Oh my goodness. This is peak Diaz challenge. If you have just tuned in for your first stream today and you haven't watched Diaz before, Diaz going the length of the field from his back right corner, getting a reset. With a dribble headed to the left side of the net, he's able to fully move it back to the right and score. This is just Diaz to a T. And he will do it to put himself up 3-1. Just to give you guys a quick overview of everything that is going on in the game as well. We got Wavy versus Zapatos, or the tournament, I should say. AJ versus Nightya in the lowers. Tricky versus Loxy in the lowers. CRR versus Ren. Ren's actually the only name I've never seen before that's made it this far, so I'll be interested to see how CRR and Ren go. And then FIRSTKILLER Magic Bear. Now, if you guys want to watch the rest of the streams, my guess is Wavy is live, so you can check out Wavy. You can check out AJ, who's live. You can probably check out Tricky, who's most likely live. CRR, I think I was told was streaming yesterday. I don't know if he is today. You can check out CRR. And then I believe Magic Bear is live. They're going to go next, which means we have to hop out of the lobby. But I'll let them leave it first. I can't control it, just FYI. So it's a leave and remake. Okay. Just want to make sure they knew that. Game 1 to Diaz. Game number 2. Mental gone already. That was a fast forfeit. Messages maybe from people who have not watched a ton of EVO matches. EVO loves a good early forfeit. He loves to hop out of games that he's losing, but can oftentimes, this is a weird kickoff by the way, can oftentimes still win. I mean, he seems to be able to shake off his super early losses and bounce back. You know, is he potentially throwing away opportunities with epic comebacks late in games? He might be, but prefers to just keep his mental state as clean as possible and just get to the next game. And that's where he's at right now. Now he went immediately back down, so 1-0 for Diaz, picking back right up where he left off. Diaz might be the most exciting player to see crossover against the EU 1v1ers. It's so interesting. I'm just so greedy. You know, for a while, when people were being greedy about the RLCS ones, I said, oh, come on, we had nothing before. But I'm already getting into greedy mode, where I want to be able to see Diaz play, you know, on LAN against some of the other top 1v1ers. And the reality is, at most, to be able to play one MENA player and then Moxie, which just feels like not enough. We know you are greedy. Oh, okay, chill. That's not even what I was talking about. I was talking about wanting more 1v1 matchups. That being said, sub goal 28 today. Only one sub. EVO backflip challenge, much lower scoring game here, and he's going to be able to equalize 2 minutes in. That should make salt mines and RLCS. I mean, they should just get more people at LAN. I don't really mind how the format goes or if it's salt mines or whatever. But getting a few more, or even holding an exclusive 1v1 LAN could go crazy. Maybe we'll work towards there. EVO up 2-1. Was his forfeit correct? Was it worth the mental switch up here to get himself a lead, potentially? Is this Salt Mine 5 leaked? I don't think... Well, listen, I definitely don't know if there's a Salt Mine or not. But I don't think there's anyone that knows. I feel like if that were to happen, it'll happen after the rest of the RLCS. That's kind of an off-season event that I'm sure nobody's really focusing on right now. EVO's going to get a third. It is not leaked. And if it does happen, it's not... It still didn't leak it. It could still happen, but that doesn't mean I leaked it in this moment because me and everyone else does not know if it's going to happen. Diaz, a couple quick kickoff goals, and he's got himself a tie game. Does seem like the EVO win condition so far is a defensive battle, keeping the scoreline somewhat low, and then doing his best to try and sneak out a win towards the end of the game. He's done a decent job of that so far, but Diaz threatening to get going here after his couple kickoff goals. Is alert test alert the best ever first time chat? We got to keep track of all of them. Diaz vying for control. Shots up to the top shelf. Evo faking jumps before eventually getting his clear. He's going to be low on boost. He's got 24 to work with. Diaz has a reset. We're watching from Evo defensive POV and perfect read. He has to prepare for the fake. Did he just intentionally box out and get bumped to get extra speed on low boost? Evo jumped up and said, hey, Diaz, bump me. So on the way out, I actually get a bit of speed. I feel like there's a small chance he did that on purpose, which is insane. Like, hey, I'm not getting out there without your help. Come bump me so that I get extra speed. The best ever first time chat. You're right. Okay, it's settled. It's settled. There it is. Hard to compete with that one. Diaz needs the clutch up. Has a reset. Goes for a fake this time. Evo has that red. Diaz going for the Diaz challenge, dude. You chase him down and you force him onto the back wall. Normally a terrible position to be in, and Diaz just shows that that's almost his favorite spot. Great save again by Evo, by the way. The defensive game 2 from Evo after what we saw in game number 1. Diaz was clearly on point. Just goes to show the kind of adjustments Evo has made. Locking in here, and like I said, this is his win condition. Nice low-scoring game, making sure he's in the lead at the end. And he's even going to use his lead to capitalize on an additional goal. So 5-3, Evo gonna equalize. Is it best of 5? Yes. Yep. All right. Evo's got it covered. And he's gonna get one more too. He's gonna make it look like it wasn't close. It was down to the very end. But Evo wins game number 2. So I think Magic Bear will win against First Killer. No, I'd have First Killer favored. I think that's the grand finals. I think top 3, First Killer, Evo, Diaz, most likely. I think that if I were to pick a 4th person, it'd be Wavy. And if I were to pick a 5th person, I'm going to go with the way Zapatos is playing. And then if I had to pick 6th, it would be Zach is back, 735. Daniel fell off in his signing up for tournaments ability, I guess. Yo, Physics, the name of the raid. Absolutely hype raid, W raid, 9 million viewer raid. W raid indeed. Evo with a techie first touch, but it's not going to result in a scoring opportunity. Diaz recognizing no chance to score from this position will reset to midfield. Lean back reset. Evo nowhere close, not in the stratosphere. Diaz strikes first. Do you think Ren is better than Tricky? I was just saying I don't really know anything about Ren. And because of that, it makes me assume that Tricky would be higher. Like I've seen Tricky, maybe I've seen Ren on the top 100 leaderboard. I'm not sure if I have or not. Diaz trying to commit to the speed, but ultimately trusted Evo to make that clear, so he does back off. 65 boost. Hook shot, a classic in 1v1. He tried to fake Evo into a bad position. Credit to Evo for continuing to survive, but he won't survive forever. 2-0. Diaz reset ceiling height, and we're right back to the Diaz we saw before. 3-0 lead. He's cooking once again. The defense from Evo can no longer hold on. Yeah, everybody's playing all at once. Earlier I mentioned all the places you could try and catch the games. Nush RL says, did Nush leave Alcancia? Huh? You tell us. Nush was kicked from Alcati as far as I'm aware. Or Nush left for no team. He said, hey, this team, this org, and this contract is good. But what about having no team at all and not playing? Was Nush not their best player? I'm not really sure who you could argue their best player was. But I'll tell you one thing. Not showing up to a day of games is really hard to come back from. If you were to, like, establish some kind of win shares for a team, not showing up for some of the games, and basically getting 0 win shares, like negative win shares, I mean, that's going to hurt you a lot. You have to be wildly the best player. Diaz missed a wide open edge. He could give himself an OMG. Might come back to bite him. Evo, did he just jump off the ball with his resets? Big clear. Evo saw it coming, pushed it to the backboard, and got enough power out to the midfield. Diaz now sidewall attack and goes so quickly. You looked at Evo's perspective. It looked like for a second he's thinking, should I go sidewall? Should I try and challenge him here? Diaz separates the ball from the sidewall. And then Evo is forced to make another decision. By the time he's back to net, Diaz has him beat. Oh, is the Sam 1v1 going on right now? Who's in the finals of the South American Cash Cup? In between, I had a little bit of stuff to do. What'd you guys all do? I'm sure, like me, you hit a workout. Went and picked up Baby Feer. And then pretty much went live again. Swift Wisty. That's not surprising. Diaz. Ooh, missed this one. That would have probably triggered a forfeit. We'll see. Yep, there it is. I was like, with Evo, that goal probably triggers forfeit. Whoops, we switched scenes there on accident. But there it is. I'm going to leave match. I'm assuming Evo left match as a forfeit. Game number 3 to Diaz. Game number 4. Hey, Feer, just want to take a moment to say thank you for the laughs, the chill vibes, and the community you built. Your streams are more than just entertainment. They're a space where people feel seen, safe, and inspired. You've got this rare mix of authenticity and heart that keeps us all coming back, and it genuinely means a lot. Keep being amazing. You're making a difference more than you know. All right, I have to find out who said it first to see if they're being honest. Well, fortunately, it looks like Bacchus, which means it's just not true. So full-on copy pasta to make fun of me. He drops question marks, but I don't know, man. It took me 10 minutes to write that. So back to this. Just to be clear, if I Google this right now, I'm not going to find it as a copy pasta for other streams. Is that what you're telling me? If I pop it into ChatGPT, it's not going to give me this exact, paragraph that you sent. Nice play by Evo. Guys, Fatal Tugboat is back. It's okay. Type 1 in chat if you were worried about Fatal Tugboat. EVO up 2-0 here in a crucial game, number 4. EVO, oh my goodness. Did he get a reset? Wait, he did! He used it so late. He used it off the bounce, backflip. Dropped a what a save. EVO saw the clip. He saw the millions of views showing up on his Twitch channel. And he has to drop the what a save for being denied. Diaz fake. And we'll tap it in. 2-2. 3:10 on the clock. EVO's early lead erased. With it, his dreams potentially. Diaz camera checks to see what EVO's up to. EVO instantly challenging this air dribble. If he can find a way to get around it and catch it down, yeah, he could score. And he definitely tried to. But it's just a little bit too much. These reset pops from EVO. My goodness, look at these shots from EVO. He is dashing off the ball, essentially, and getting a reset. And in the process, just doing such a speedy backboard double while holding on to an additional flip. He was doing that earlier. His clip got denied by Diaz. This time he scores. Kickoff goal as well. Oh, you're right. I watched it through. Instead of... This is not a show match. This is technically the Cash Cups, but... Come on. When a clip gets hit that hard, we just watch it through. EVO off the side wall. That's where NA has been so consistent, so dominant. They're so good when it comes to the kickoff side walls. EVO, no exception. Makes it 5-3. Diaz to the skies. All the way to the top of the arena, and EVO forces it high. So count it as a save and a counter. Nice defense from EVO. Diaz did take such a high arc here, which limits some of his options. And EVO took away one of the only ones, forcing him to go even higher and miss. Kickoff goal as well, 7-3. Diaz not one to normally forfeit too early. At least not as early as EVO will, but I'm not even sure if EVO forfeits here. Probably needs one more goal for an EVO forfeit. Of course, I'm not talking about in EVO himself. I'm saying if EVO was losing in this game. He's not about to forfeit up 8-3. Seven 4. Wave dash kickoff for Diaz. Wait, EVO followed behind him. Well, why was EVO not going to net? I had to see for a second what he was up to. What? He just flipped out to the midfield 100. I mean, he just decided to give up, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it. He had to go back with the way Diaz won the kickoff. Diaz elected to boom here. EVO has the save. It's 50 on the side wall. Not in a great position for either player as they're both kind of forced to reset it. Diaz, is he a North American at heart? Tower's side wall dribbles. They're just fine indeed. 6-7. Evo again creeping deep into the corner and not really being able to make it back. Evo doing a little dance to bait Diaz in and then scoring a goal. It's like extra BM to dance on the side wall. You see Diaz POV. Oh, he kind of wall dashes his way in. This match is becoming the NA Classico. I don't think Daniel versus FIRSTKILLER is even the NA Classico. I don't know if they have one because there could have been. Just to be clear, I think if FIRSTKILLER stayed active during Daniel's peak, it would have been. But it was FIRSTKILLER and then it was Daniel. Nice air dribble bump attempt. And then during the majority of Daniel's time, FIRSTKILLER just didn't even play. And then when FIRSTKILLER came back, he wasn't really strong enough to compete with Daniel, so Daniel just had the win. And then they never really had a good back and forth when they're just going, you know, at their peaks. Like a Rawas Moxie or something, you know, like they just keep Titans over and over again, continuing to play, continuing to match up against each other. Diaz, oh my goodness, Diaz, he didn't finish it. He needed it and another kickoff goal. The double or the triple. One from the backboard, one from the ceiling. Oh, Evo. Evo's feeling it today as well. Playing with Aqua and... Was it Aqua and Percy? What's his full squad in the RLCS? They got to feel good about the way he's looking. Yeah, I don't think there's much of an El Clasico in NA. FIRSTKILLER just full-on dominated, so it's like when he was reigning, is it really an El Clasico or is it just FK domination? Then it swapped to Daniel. Now there is more people competing. It's not like Diaz has full control, so there's a chance it could start building up, but we haven't had enough time yet. Athena versus Crossbar. The North American El Clasico is Wavy versus Cam. But then Wavy wins them all, so I don't know. I'm trying Wavy versus whoever he's playing against in his $100 cash tournament that he wins every time. Evo, nice chase down after the first touch to make it 2-0. Wavy versus Nah. If Nah has 100 million haters, I'm one of them. And that's why there's no El Clasico. Problem with making those kind of jokes is, oh, what a save, where we quote basically watch party TTS jokes, is that a lot of the, you know, show match viewers on either YouTube or the live are like, what is Feer talking about? I don't know about Feer anymore, man. I think I'm out. So I think I have to tone down the jokes from watch parties. Evo up 2-0 in game 5. Gonna send Diaz to the lowers. Would we have expected FK and Diaz in the lowers in this tournament? They're going to have FOMO, and then you'll get more Twitch viewers. Wait a second. Are you onto something? Diaz is going to tie it up. It's my fault for trying to pretend like this series was anywhere close to over. But certainly, it's reasonable to entertain the idea of an EVO win here, which is what we were doing. Diaz and FK down in the bottom. Like I said, I would have Diaz, EVO, FK as my 1, 2, 3, which is how it went when we did the crew battle tournament, right? You guys drafted Diaz, and then I drafted FIRSTKILLER EVO, and they've all had to play each other. So not the luckiest seeding for these guys. Yeah, how do the odds look? When the odds weren't fully through as EVO gets a demo and a goal, 81% to 19. You know, the same exact game, or actually I think it was the next game, in the EU side was Moxie Nugget. Similar percentage. Nugget was able to surprise people, although EVO should have had much more percent. EVO played Diaz so close the last time they played. It went game 5, and I think Diaz had a commanding win in game 5, but still, it was game 5, and any game 5 series is probably not at 81 to 19. Oh, EVO's not saving that one. Tight prediction. Diaz on a bounce dribble. Gonna shoot early. EVO to the backboard. Quick jump off to get back to it. Diaz, wow. Tried to force a 50 down, and I am just so impressed by EVO's ability to find a way to get a good 50 there and quickly react to make a play on the ball, because that situation that Diaz just set up there punishes so many players. It is near impossible to get out of that situation and get an actual good touch and not just get beat on the follow-up. And EVO keeps finding a way, and that's what you need here if you want to beat Diaz. Defensive masterclass. No boost for him. He's going to have to defend a full field air dribble because Diaz makes anything into whatever he wants, although he does like to take this one to the ground and go for a power shot. Another EVO save. EVO behind the play gets a demo on Diaz. Diaz, will he respawn in the spot? Yeah, he should be able to stop it. So actually, EVO's not even going to shoot. He recognizes it's not available yet, and instead plays it to the other corner. Diaz gets a big 50 pinch save, but will die in the process. And will he respawn in time to save this one? Pre-flip? No! EVO up 5-3. Cooking right now. Staring at a really advantageous situation. I wouldn't say an open net, but a great kickoff to put him in a good spot here. Was thinking about the demo. If Diaz had flipped out early, he didn't. So he'll go for a boost steal. Doesn't want to challenge early. Big mistake would be early challenge on that flick. Allow Diaz to score without taking much time off the clock here in this final minutes. Instead, he needs to force Diaz to take a bit of time no matter what. And he's got an open net. Make it 6-3. Diaz going to drop the OMG as he tries to get a little wall dash to get back and ends up flying past the ball. Needs some kickoff goals, and this could be the first. Nice bump onto EVO, but EVO's still in the right spot, and that is just how it's been going today. Every time it seems like EVO should be awkward, should be out of the play. He finds a way to do something, but not this time. 30 seconds, 2 goals. Slight offset kickoff. Could be better for Diaz, but he's still going to win one heavy. I think a slight delay wave dash from EVO. Maybe trying to hedge his bets here. Oh, goal line save. This is what I'm talking about with EVO. How does he do it? He puts it up into the crossbar 70% of the way in and uses that to get the save. If he doesn't do that, Diaz probably has a follow-up. You need to be so careful with that chip up, and he was exactly that. Careful. And now he's got to win, and I was going to ask him if he wants the pogo. He doesn't. EVO advances through the winners into the winners finals. Sheesh! And I'll say as much to him. Sheesh! And then I'll leave the party just like that. All right, FK CRR is probably where we go next. Well, actually, do we go Evo Wavy? I guess we go Evo Wavy. I forgot that that'll be ready. Wavy 3-0 swept Zapatos. And then we go Zapatos FK. I'm going to go help them report this. Can I API report it? Mateo, are you here? I want to get it moving. We saw it. It was Evo. Which games did Evo win? Evo won game 2, I think, technically. All right, they're confirming it. It should be ready soon. Evo predictors, congratulations. You've earned it. All right, Evo Wavy. We got to go Evo Wavy next, right? Or both is Wavy live? Is Evo live? First Killer CRR is going to be, well, First Killer is probably much more favored there. Wavy. Okay, Wavy's live. Oh, I just caught him. Just caught him watching my stream. Classic. Classic. Who else is live? Young Evo? Maybe? Yep, Young Evo is live. Alright, let's just pull Evo. I shouldn't have left Evo's group. I realize that now. I thought that was Winners Finals, or I was thinking about it like he's going to have a long time before his next game, but let's just go Evo Wavy. Winners Finals. Is CRR live? So that you guys can watch the... Yeah, okay. CRR is live. If you want to watch FK CRR, he is live. And where does that put Diaz? It puts Diaz in the losers' quarters to play AJ, most likely. AJ, Loaxi, or Nightja. It could be Loaxi. I think Loaxi actually won last time they played. So it's gonna be a losers semifinal. Probably Diaz. FK, but you never know. Wait. Need to restart game. Wavy's restarting game. See, rar. I think we gotta go uppers. So both games can be viewed somewhere. You can either watch CRR's stream for CRR FK, or you can watch First Kill or Wavy or Evo for the grands. And I think you can watch AJ for the other games. So all the games can be seen, which is not guaranteed, right? So it seems like we gotta go winners finals, no? Wavy Evo. This one guy here, I'm gonna time this one guy out for 5 minutes because he's the one who's, or 10 minutes because he said CRR FK like 20 times, which is making it seem like everyone is, you know, begging for that. Okay, we'll do a poll. If it's overwhelmingly in favor, well, CRR FK actually might have already started. So that might have answered our question. Yeah, they're already playing. CRR is already up 3-0. Here's how you can go watch that one. We're going to watch the winners. Also, we got some ads here while I get it set up. Uh-oh. They instantly got it set up. Wabe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Winners finals. Evo versus Wavy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. First goal wins. It's over. Wavy wins. It is not first goal wins. This is the winter finals of the NA Cash Cup. It is a huge tournament because, not necessarily because it's a massive prize pool, though you do get $1,000 for first place, $700 for second, and a few more buckaroos down to like 16 or maybe or so. But really because it's prep for NA RLCS 1v1s. We are missing from this tournament, as far as heavy hitters, Daniel and Beast Mode. Who else are we missing? But we do have Diaz, we do have FK, we do have Evo. I could see all three of them finishing higher than Daniel Beast Mode. Although I expect, you know, if Daniel does decide to play, as far as I'm aware, he's still not sure if he's going to. We could see a Daniel peak. Evo trying to pick up something he learned from Diaz here in this last series. Going coast to coast. I think the last time we've watched Wavy Evo, it was Evo favored. Maybe the last couple times. I don't know if anybody has RL Duels head, wants to go to rlduels.gg and see what their history is. I think this one is a Evo favored one, but I'm not 1,000,000% sure about that. Evo and Wavy tied 1-1. I'll be honest, I want to see Wavy's pink car with the butterflies. Does he only do that one on Octane? Or does he fennec it as well? Nice flick. Chronic? Yeah. Okay, you said HP Ronic, and I was like so confused, and I looked away. But no, you're right. Chronic not being here is actually kind of big. So it is missing a few. I still think it's more stacked than the EU tournament. The EU tournament was missing everyone but Moxie, essentially. Although credit to Nugget, he put up a good fight. Evo reset low 50 is a brick wall. And it's now 2-2. Trebla, if he played in the EU1, got eliminated pretty early, so I'm going to go ahead and guess he was not in it. Evo sidewall resets. Capitalizing for a third goal. Evo is indeed seemingly balling today. Oh, Trebla lost though. Oh, Trebla lost early? It's interesting. Just plays more into the epic peak that happened for RLCS. Wavy catching a demo here, so he's got a ton of space and time now. Trying to dice. Well, I said ton of space and time. By the time he actually got the ball in his car, all of a sudden he was instantly dunked. So maybe not so much. Evo can't get the pogo. Ping off of the post and in to make it 3-3. Wavy air dribble starting from the back corner. Not able to get anything out of it. Now finds himself in the back corner again. This time going for a much easier to execute hook shot, and even when you mess it up, it works. I feel like this is not what he was going for, but he rolls it directly at Evo. And it's awkward enough that he can't make a save. My son is sitting outside the door. He's looking in through the corner. He wants to hang out. Yeah. Oh. So cute. Am I going to be in attendance for the NFL draft? Somebody asked if I was going to watch it earlier. And yeah, the answer is no, I'm not going to watch it because I'll be there. You're right, in attendance. Evo. Resets. And then so much movement. Let's go top left. Perfect placement there. Wavy, actually, Evo got there too soon. I was going to say, Wavy needs to be careful because he's going to be the victim of a demo if he gets down to the ground too early, but he wasted, or he didn't waste time. He waited intentionally and ended up being the one to demo Evo instead as Evo rolls over the top of Wavy. Wavy in a great position here with 48 seconds left to go and a tie game, but I feel like this so far favors him. Great snag. Never mind, Evo able to reset it. Still not the easiest possession to control from his own half, but certainly not as favorable for Wavy as we saw before. This 50 will tell a lot as it heads into the corner. Evo backing up, survives, reads this, and absolutely bangs it on the side wall. Chasing it down. No demo available this time. Wall dashes demo now! And he will get his 5th goal. Wavy just waiting for the ball to come down to the ground, and that makes him easy target. Ten seconds left to go. Evo stops this one, staring at a wide open net. He'll hit it. 6-4, game number 1. Probably gonna go to Evo, barring an epic disaster here, as he looks to try and put himself in winners finals. Evo been playing nice today. Game number 1 is his. Rar versus FK. Let's see. FK's in the lead in this current game. I don't know what happened to the other ones. Game number 2. Wavy with first possession. Evo, nice play. Pops it to the side wall with a single jump and then quickly dashes to get back to it and is able to beat Wavy to the follow-up and put it on target as well, which is not the simplest thing when you're that far off and you have a kind of awkward angle with your car. But he finds the touch. And now he's up 1-0. Interesting save here from Evo to not try and bring the ball into the corner. Normally, you're not looking to save it directly over the top of your net. It's so available to play off of. But sometimes it's important to just mix up what the other person's expecting. He just commits Wavy to own goal. When's the last time Evo touched this one? Is it right here? That is a shot from Evo. And then Wavy's has to dodge a demo and has no choice but to then own goal. Evo making it 3-0. Diaz was a tough one to clutch out. He did. Diaz kept that momentum going here. Game 1 could have gone either way, admittedly. But now that he's secured it, he seems to be on fire, and I have done enough. I did my job. Those of you who wanted cinema and wanted Wavy to score and bring back into it, you can thank me. Evo trying to go Diaz challenge. He's just lofty, floating across the whole field. A ballerina in the air as he spins underneath the ball, gets his reset when he needs it, and then leans back for a backflip flick to just graze the crossbar and go up 4-1. EVO resets, just floating with it before dropping it away. Oh my goodness, EVO, how does the man save everything in the most exotic way possible? I'm pretty sure he pulled back and did like a musty backflip to go forward and then saved it off the post and out. This time though, not able to save the follow-up. Wavy does score on a much simpler shot. But my goodness. Wavy's going to score again. After all that heroic defensive effort, he's back within one. EVO staying in the blue half with only pads to work with. Pops this one up. And now Wavy down to a flick. Didn't get as enough height. If he had a little bit more, there actually was probably a window to score based on where EVO was positioned. EVO just bumped Wavy into pushing the ball off target to survive an air dribble bump attempt. He insists on saving it in somewhat orthodox way. It can't just be the regular save. This time he gets faked. And Wavy will tie it up. So despite the theatrics and the early surge from EVO, Wavy has brought it all the way back. And oh my goodness, again, these are the kind of bounces that are just going EVO's way. It almost looked like it wasn't a good enough save, but he gets it just enough onto the post that it bounces out. Flick, and he can't get back to that one. So that has been the pattern right now. Epic save from EVO into a Wavy follow-up. And now Wavy in the lead after a 3-0 start. So a 5-1 run for Wavy. Not a great sign for EVO going forward, not only in this game, but the next one if you can't bring back a bit of momentum. In fact, possession has been Wavy's the whole time as well. It's not like EVO's even been entertaining a goal. It's just been Wavy possession over and over and over again off the kickoff. The kickoff needs to get cleaned up because Wavy is converting and not relinquishing control. This is EVO's first possession in a while. And he takes it up to the side wall. He tried to bait Wavy into going to the ground, made it seem like he was going to stop the dribble, but then continued it. Wavy still had that all red, steals it away. Now 7-4. This is a 7-1 run since EVO was up 3-0, and I was hyping him up. Wavy hook shots too high, and wow, what a bounce that was. I feel like that got a little bit of extra height somehow on the angle. It should have been follow-upable, which everyone knows that that's the best word in the English dictionary. Follow-upable. But it was not due to the high bounce. EVO snapping a cold streak a bit with his 5th goal. Ooh, delay wave dash kickoff. EVO getting cheeky. And I don't blame him. He needs something here to try and get the spark back. Minute left to go. Wavy cuts around. Misses wide. Takes to the ceiling. EVO thinking about the high challenge. Wavy waits to read defenders, but cannot sneak it in the far side. EVO getting undercut, taken away. Will he get demoed? Yeah, he will. There's no way to get out of that one. He didn't have a flip. And I actually don't even think Wavy needed to touch this towards the orange half. He could have done a Moxie time waste there. Bring it into the corner. Force a bad challenge. I mean, Moxie does it so well. That's how he ends up securing games if he ever gets a clean possession with a minute left to go. But Wavy has held on to possession this whole time, so this is another way to do it as well. In his defense, he did not once relinquish control, played it safe, and put himself up too. Evo needs a bit of a miracle here. Not impossible, but that'll be a forfeit probably. Yep, he's going to leave the match. Evo loses game number 2. Evo hopping into the Octopus for game number 2. And Wavy, did he bring out? No, he didn't. He just went to the pink car. His car wasn't pink earlier. Actually, he played on the blue team earlier. That's what it was. Okay, new server, they said. I'm like, wait, they're on the... I do not remember a pink car. Could not find the desired game server. Uh-oh, this is getting chalked. Game number 3. Wavy Evo. Wavy is still going to play on the orange team, so... It's a lawless land. Luckily, I have a quick switch button. And we will keep Evo, or sorry, keep Wavy on the orange team. I think, if I had to guess, maybe it's Evo's joining the blue team. It looks like maybe Evo joined first, and he's interested in getting his blue version of his octopus decal. Is that even allowed? I think at the end of the day, it's up to these guys to go report the game afterwards. And so, you know, to some degree, I'm sure whatever they agree on is possible. If they both got in the game and said, Pogo only 1v1, and they were like, yeah, and then did a Pogo only 1v1 game to 1, and then reported that, I mean, I think, I don't know, what can you do to stop them? What can you do to possibly stop them? I'm not saying they should do a Pogo only 1v1 game to 1, but I'm here for it. I'm just watching. I can't possibly be, you know, brought into this and get in trouble. Kickoff goal for Evo. You never witnessed a team change? I remember when AJ first changed car mid-game. He left the game while losing, I think, as well. Or maybe not losing, but either way, I paused it because, I don't know, why did he leave the game? And then he switched cars and tried to come back. And his argument was that, you know, I'm risking getting scored on. So if I don't make it back in time and I give up another goal, then I'll get scored on. But the problem is that's not how the, like, you know, culture is set up. I bet you his opponent would not score on him if he left the match. He'd be like, oh, what's going on? You know, it's not like a known thing that you can take the risk and try and leave and get back. Plus, I just paused the game once I saw him leave. 'Cause like, so really it was my fault, but it might be a forfeit on official rules. It's just in RLCS you're not allowed to leave at all, you know. Even if you lose, you're not allowed to leave. I'm not sure how it works in RLCS 1v1 where they have now officially allowed forfeits. But shout out Blast. Shout out Blast and whoever's in control of that. I know everyone likes to say I'm a shill or whatnot, but it could have been worse without people getting a lot of blame, if that makes sense. Like if the RLCS 1v1s were like, we don't want to do forfeits. That's kind of weird. RLCS has never had forfeits. We're not going to do that. And they're like, you know what? Like, we never really skipped replays. We're watching replays and we're not allowing forfeits. And it would just have been worse. And it wouldn't have been that crazy, right? Because both those things were never allowed before, so people would have been making excuses for them. But really, the reality is the Johnnies and the Fears of the world have kind of found the best flow for watching the games. It involves lots of skipping replays and allowing forfeits. And they did. They did. You know, no hesitation. They were told that that was the best way to do it. And they said, you know what? If you say that's the best viewing experience, then let's do it. So credit to them. Right now, EVOH Wavy neck and neck in a pivotal game 3. As EVOH gets a wall dash to recover. You mean the Johnnies and the Hoodies of the world? Yes, that's what did I say? Is that not what I said? Ooh, nice cut from Wavy. Ain't no way the universe is on EVOH's side. Okay, but he will still get scored on. This is winners finals. Winners finals between EVOH and Wavy. Wavy is built for these. Well, let me wait until he hasn't just made a big mistake and gotten scored on. Wavy is built for these kind of tournaments. He is the one who queues into these all the time, every weekly. This one's a little bit higher cash prize than the ones he's normally playing. But if anybody has prepped for this exact scenario, it is Wavy, and he's found himself in the winners finals because of it. Can he keep it going with a little bit stronger opposition than he's used to in these tournaments? He's got a 5-4 lead in game number 3. EVOH cannot intercept that one on the pre-flip back. So he's got 34 seconds to get 2. This is not for the overall tournament. If you're new to double elimination brackets, winners finals just means this is the final game where neither one of the players have lost. And EVOH is forfeiting here in game 3. And that means they're going to go to the grand final later where they'll meet somebody from the loser's bracket. Nice. A good ad in between games from Rocket League. Always nice. Game number 4. EVOH gonna need to win 2 straights if he wants to advance to the grand finals. Otherwise, he's gonna have to go down to losers finals and wait for probably an FK or a Diaz. The Octane so much more prevalent here in North America. I wonder how much of that you can credit to this SSG decal that everyone loved to use and the players who did use it. Nice long shot from Wavy. Or, you know, long setup on the double after he saw EVOH miss. EVOH Floating on a dribble. Wavy elects to use his jump to get back down to the ground. Cuts, flick from Mr. Evo. Not able to get past. Staring at an open net, though. Wavy can't just leave the ball there, but he does. And Evo takes the lead. Chatters, I call on your most important role right now as Wavy gets a 50 at the midfield. As always, it is your job to run into every single stream and find out all the information possible. How are the other games going? Looks like AJ, Loaxi, and CRR FIRSTKILLER are being played right now. I like how Koi instantly assumes that what I'm calling for him to do is type DSC 1439, which is not what I meant. Oh, AJ has already won. So AJ 3-0 sweep on Loaxi. So now it's AJ Diaz. And how's FIRSTKILLER CRR? Demo onto Wavy. Can Evo capitalize? First touch into the corner. Baits Wavy out. Hook shot top shelf. Wavy coming off the ceiling for the 50. Able to dodge Evo's demo attempts. Evo early flick without it being fairly pressured. Wavy was all the way back. Now Evo going to start again from the back line. Early challenge. I think Evo's going to want to force this quickly because Wavy should have to recover late and have a tough time making a save. That's what Evo tried to do, but he couldn't get the ball on target. So he'll try again. This one also just barely considered on target. It does register as a save, but I'm not even sure. Maybe it would have been right in the pocket in the bottom left. But placement's going to have to be a little bit better from him. 4-3 in favor of Wavy. Evo tap over the top to make it 4-4. So wait, I didn't hear, was the FK CRR game, how did that one go? Oh yeah, it looks like FK won, 3-1. So FK Zapdasher coming up next. AJ Diaz starting as well. Those are all the games going on right now. Wavy gonna make it 6-4. Wavy, nice flick. Breaking Evo down right now, getting a bit of separation in what could be a game to close it out. 3 goals now with a minute 50. This win in the corner, though, will stop the streak for Wavy as Evo's on the board again. Evo's kickoffs are Ibsbay. I wanted you to leave us in the dark. You so quickly corrected yourself. I wanted to try and figure it out. I was not going to go with insane, by the way. Evo able to pop that up while flipping through to pick up the 100 and not get demoed. All the above is what he needed. It's what he got. Air dribble bump. 6-7. Wavy, what a catch. Did not bring the ball into the corner at all, which is where EVOH was prepping. EVOH survives a demo attempt again. Can he score here? Gonna go for a long shot. Wavy should be able to get back to the first touch, but will be forced into net. EVOH rolls the ball center field. That first touch, not the best. He's gonna need a big reset to bring it back. In fact, he's just gonna bail on it because he did not like it, and for good reason. Now on the back wall. Boost advantage over Wavy. Wavy forces him to the sidewall. This is EVOH's bread and butter. He's done this 1,000 times off the kickoff. He's got Wavy, and that's it. It's a wave dash catch. Oh, I'm not sure he dashed, but either way, he does catch it and cut it underneath Wavy. Oh, yeah, he did a reset off the ceiling. 7-7, 23 seconds. EVOH needs the goal. EVOH drops it into the breadbasket of Wavy, who will take a long shot. EVOH recognizes he needs to turn back in. Cannot pick up the boost. Oh, big whiff by Wavy. What was going on there? That's cost him a ton of boost and positioning. EVOH's going to go double jump. Bump connects. I mean, it all comes down to this huge whiff on the sidewall, and we're not even going to have enough replay to really see what it was. Cost him a lot. And now, in the final seconds, EVOH has 100 boost. I don't know why he's taking an air dribble towards the net and bringing it to Wavy, but it is going to hit the ground, and we're going to go game 5. It'll be Cinema in EVOH versus Wavy. Game number 5. Wavy with the first kickoff. EVOH with the switch into the Octane. Gets him the game 4 win. So he will hold out in an attempt to finish it off. The 2 straight games he was going to need to put himself into the Grands. Wavy, little camera check, see what EVOH's up to. EVOH does decide to leave. Bit of an awkward setup. EVOH not really able to punish it, as he wasn't close enough to make a move. Now we'll pass to himself, watching Wavy underneath the bounces, ready to strike a hit on the ball if he feels he needs to. Did he put that one on target? Is it good enough? No. It'll miss. EVOH shadowing, flips far away from the play, able to get one touch. Now another play from EVOH, beats Wavy on the goal line. EVOH will be the first to score in game 5. Wavy, kickoff win off the sidewall. EVOH's defense has been what's kept him in this series at first. Now has allowed him to potentially get a win, making kind of saves that we're not really seeing from Wavy, which is interesting because we're used to him being such an elite defender. EVOH gonna get undercuts here, not gonna be able to get a clean landing, but still in a great spot as both these guys pick up pads and set up for the next attack. EVOH just puts a big arc on it. He's hoping to, again, pull boost off of Wavy and get him into an awkward spot to eventually score on. Goes right back to it again and does get it around him, but dies in the process, so Wavy will have control. Wavy low 50 on the board. 1-1 game. Almost halfway into it. EVOH taking a dribble off the back wall. Started that so high. Only way to go was down. CJ, Garrett, Johnny, the triple raid. The triple raid from CJ, Garrett G, and Johnny. That sounds like Chalkcast was going on. Shout out W Chalkcast raid. We got ourselves some NA Cash Cup. This is winners finals. EVOH versus Wavy. Diaz, AJ, and Zapatos FIRSTKILLER down in the lowers. Big surprise to have both Diaz and FIRSTKILLER down in lowers. You can thank Diaz for the fact that FIRSTKILLER's down there, and you can thank EVOH for the fact that Diaz is down there. And now EVOH trying to push Wavy down as well. Wavy faking EVOH. So many bounces and rolls have gone EVOH's favor. Even if just for a second, but this one followed up. Wavy bringing this bomb down to the top of his car. And going for a flick that won't be strong enough. EVOH makes the save. Should be able to pick up the 100. Doesn't have to worry about an immediate shot. Wavy now has to rush back. EVOH double jump bump. He has been punishing Wavy. Great decision making from EVOH. We actually saw this earlier from Moxie that I think he was overdoing the double jump bump. But EVOH so far has only used it when he's recognized that Wavy has done a bad setup in nets. One that's going to result in a late recovery to the ball, and therefore no way to get up early ahead of a bump. So EVOH says, okay, if you're going to do that, I'm going to bump you. And now here actually is the example of the kind of air dribble bumps that Moxie was going for that I thought he shouldn't be going for, that are not nearly as guaranteed and are a little bit forced. And Wavy proving that right now by making a save and getting his third goal, staying in this one with a minute left to go. Wavy has an advantage too here. Gonna tap this one down. He does not want a high ball. Puts it low. EVOH makes the first save. Doing his best to hold on to boost. And now he's got 100. So it doesn't have to be as frugal. Wavy just rolls it at the back of EVOH. And it's hard to get a meaningful clear. And once you've used your flip, then you become victim of the follow-up. That's exactly what EVOH was. He had to wait down to the ground before he could jump back up and prepare to make the stop. EVOH, huge kickoff win. I mean, we haven't seen kickoffs like this getting full series wins in a while. I mean, not often are you winning them straight to the side wall, but EVOH gets there early. Wavy trying to go wave dash kickoff. We'd have to go watch Wavy POV again to really get the best read on what happened there. This time they're both going to go wave dash kickoff. Wavy gets great control. Can he score off the sidewall? EVOH has had him beat there. In the opposites corner, Wavy back. EVOH on the sidewall. EVOH's had the edge. And so I guess he's had the edge both ways, but Wavy likes a good low 50. And that's a good way to punish the way EVOH's been playing defense. He's been challenging early, getting high, being able to interrupt the high aerials. That does risk not being able to cover the low, and Wavy another kickoff win. When Wavy won in the past, he just won so many kickoffs over and over and over again, and that's what he's going to do again. EVOH playing on hard mode by allowing Wavy to get every first possession here late in the crucial moments. And now, 7 seconds left. EVOH, he's going to delay. Yeah, he's going to delay. I saw EVOH do this earlier. I knew he was going to do it. He can't get to it, though. He can't get the shot out of it. His chip to the sidewall wasn't good enough. Wavy a win. Wavy to the grands. EVOH to the lowers in this Cash Cup over in North America. Goodness gracious. What a grands. All right, we got FK Zapdasher, who is Zapatos streaming? Are either of them streaming? FK's up 5-3 in a game right now. And then we got Diaz AJ. How's that one going? 1-1 is what Diaz's chat is seemingly implying. But you can watch that on Diaz's stream. I think FK Zapatos is just unviewed, right? So we should try and join that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hover the join, and I'm going to hop in once I see that a game has ended. It's 6-4 with 2:37 left to go, though. You've got money on Magic Bear? Wait, Magic Bear's eliminated already. It's First Killer Zapatos. And FK is looking like he's winning. And there's a ton of goals. So I'm currently hovering the join. Are they going to forfeit? Here is where you watch Diaz AJ, by the way. At Diaz RLL. (7-4) First Killer lead. 1:30 left in a game. 8-4, 121 left. Where do you watch FK? We're gonna watch him right here. I don't think Zapatos or FK are live, right? Nobody has corrected me on that. And the best way to find something out is to be wrong. Then everyone really wants to correct you. So the fact that I said they're both not live and no one disagreed with me means I was probably right. 8-4 with a minute left to go. We're snapping join as soon as we see that go down to like 30 seconds, because I think there's not much we could do to stop it. Well, we'll just wait. We'll just wait for it to end. 45 seconds, 8-4. We're going to watch the halfway through a First Killer Zapdash match. Ooh, 8-5. Imagine. The kickoff merchant. He does it again. Eight 5, 41 seconds left. 8-5, 30 seconds. He didn't score in the 11 seconds. The Zapdasher, he needs a bucket right now, right here, right now. Uh-oh, he didn't score in another 15 seconds. He scored! 8-6, 14 seconds. He needs 7 seconds per goal. 8-6, First Killer. (9-6), First Killer finished it. I don't know what part of the series we're in, but I'll ask them. I'll hit him with a quick... Oh, they already double readied up. We'll ask him after a goal. It's at least one win for First Killer. Zapatos. So we'll put 1 win on for FK, and then we'll ask him. I think it's probably more than that. Series. 1-1. All right, sick. We got a nice best of 3. First killer, Zapatos. Best of 3. Zapatos is cooking, man. He's been cooking in 1v1 recently. And I think the fact that he's equal here with first killer goes to show that. Who sent Zapatos to the lowers? Wavy did. And Wavy is currently sitting in grand finals, so that's not, you know, a tough loss. Interesting. Everybody's kind of a contender. This shook out in the most everybody's a contender way it possibly could have. Does that make sense? Like, if you took all the players who were maybe contenders and ordered them, instead of doing the order that you'd expect, which kind of makes it seem like the lower end is like less likely to win, it's almost like reverse order, which means they're all kind of equal in a way. Does this make sense? No question marks, please. Surely we understand. Coming into it, if they finished Diaz, then first killer, then Evo, then Wavy, you'd be like, oh yeah, whatever. It's just Diaz is just going to win again. Everything is currently exactly how we expect it. But instead, it's the opposite way. Wavy, Evo, and then maybe Diaz first killer. But either way, both of them down there. Ooh, get faked, Zapatos. Brutal. So now it feels like they're all pretty equal. I wasn't listening. Can you say it again? You want me to just start like from the beginning of the stream? Type 1 if you want me to just go like all the way back to the beginning of the stream and just start from there. What up, guys? Welcome to the beginning of the stream. We've got first killer versus Zapatos. It is a best of 3. As the Zap Dasher looks to eliminate first killer. Ooh, what a pre-flip save. First killer sent to the lowers by Diaz. Zapatos sent to the lowers by Wavy. Folio3, name of the 2 months of Prime. Here from YouTube and lost the bet Twitch made for me. Here to pay my dues. Huh? Twitch is your bookie? What are you talking about? Don't forget to drop your primes, by the way. 2 subs on the day. I was just thinking about it. Does anybody remember how many subs we finished with earlier? I'm down to go ahead and count the additional ones over the sub goal to today's. Because come on, we can't just get a 1 streak and then instantly lose it. Right? Certainly we got to just count those towards the second stream as well. Was it 69? I don't think it was 69. I'm just going to go figure it out. How much over were we? If we go to previous stream, we finished at 53, so we were 11 over. I think we still might fail. I'll add 11 to this one. Or actually, I'll just reduce the goal by 11. That also, you know, that's just how math works, guys, just so you know. Surely we can get there. So much more achievable now. We're about 14 short? Wait, we're close to 14 short. No way. FK with the stare down off the 5th goal. Bro got an antenna. Listen, for those of people who don't know about Zapatos, Zapatos is the kind of car that shows up next to you on your team and you're like, either I have the best, most mechiest player I've ever seen popping off in the craziest car, or I have a boosted teammate. And Zapatos is the former. Five, 4 for him as First Killer chases him down in the corner. AJ up 4-2, by the way. AJ has a good record against Diaz. AJ historically has a really solid record against Diaz, like a surprisingly good one considering how they match up against everyone else in NA. And it looks like it's 2-1 Diaz according to Diaz's chat, but AJ might be forcing game 5 over there. Zapatos to the ceiling. Looking at an open net, he'll score it. Zapatos up the side wall. Reset, lost it, lost control of it, tapped it away as he got the reset. So he's going to have to try again. Look at the camera work from Zapatos, trying to decide where's the best way to attack based on how First Killer follows him up. Not sure he ever really had a good option, and that pinch save cost him his boost and cost him the game. Oh, wait, this was actually a pretty nice mind game by First Killer. He faked like he was going to end the game. Wait a second. He's still going to win. But he faked like he was going to end the game by pulling it back into his corner, got Zapatos to pre-flip out towards that corner, and then instead cut it across the net and made him nowhere close to the ball. I mean, I think he was going to win either way, but still, just nonstop mind gaming from Mr. First Killer. Game 4. First Killer on match points. First Killer. Oh my goodness. We got to watch this one back. Not your average kickoff goal. Zapatos even going to drop the nice one. Look at this flick. An absolute beaut to open up the game. Zapatos played on some threes teams before, but stopped playing threes. I think he's been focused on ones, especially since RLCS has added ones. Oh my goodness, what a shame that got saved. That was an absurd shot from Zapatos. The 360 like backflip inches above the ground to launch it and use, I think, help from the bounce on the ground to shoot it. Lean back, reset, denied. FK saving this one as well is going to cost him his life. Zapatos cannot force this to the ground in as favorable a position as he would like. He's going to get a wave dash to retreat, has to dodge the First Killer demo, in and out, and then recover it in case First Killer is going to shoot, but First Killer elects not to. Goes to the ceiling on the sidewall instead, and a clean double for a 2-0 lead. FK, nice half flip shots. Ooh, what a save. Zapatos pins it up. FK forces him to jump again, but Zapatos handles it well. FK pass to himself. Zapatos just deletes him. Not a bad way to handle that situation. It's hard to get up, make a play on the ball. Just demo FK with a little boost you do have. Can Zapatos get this shot? No. Couldn't get the pace. So Zapatos still searching for his first. He's had a couple great opportunities. The thing is, FIRSTKILLER has defense matched by very few. Zapatos, again, he can't seem to trick FK. Pulling the ball up, getting resets, trying to make adjustments based on what he's seeing, going to the ground, and not able to get past FK, who adjusts better. Pre-flip flick, too high. Oh, he got FK to own goal it. This one works out well. Pre-flips underneath it. I want to watch. Oh, FK tried his best to kind of flip out of it. Zapatos trying to go top right, does not succeed. And then FK counters 3-1. Will we do Mina? Mina Cash Cup was yesterday, its final. Shoddy FBI was the final. So none of the Falcons or Twisted Minds players played it, which I think doesn't make it free for Shoddy, but does make Shoddy the heavy favorites. Zapatos needs a bit off. Oh, sorry. It was Shoddy FBI Finals. Shoddy won it. Zapatos needs some offense. Feeling pressured by FIRSTKILLER. He pops the ball up. Here's a good opportunity. The way FK's been playing defense, it still doesn't feel very likely. You have to be staring at a wide open net to feel like it's going to work. And yeah, FK makes a save and makes it a goal for himself. And then freestyles some dashes in the process. Interesting approach on the kickoff from Zapatos. I couldn't really see what was going on with his name tag. Maybe we'll get to see it here. Just like a really delayed flip. Single jump, held it, and then flipped to the ball. I think I was told that he did not know he couldn't play both. Now, whether or not... Ooh, that was just an own goal from the Zapatos. Whether or not he would have decided to play Mina or APAC, maybe he still would have decided to play APAC. He would have said, oh, I can't do both, and well, I'll still do APAC. But maybe not. Maybe he would have said, okay, I'll do Mina. Nice. So clean. This is it. This is why they call him the Zap Dash. In case you didn't know, the landing wave dash, this guy was the best at it and uses it there to catch back up to that one. Itachi is live. Did he accept your friend request? He's live so late. And no, he hasn't. That's like a 4-week-old or like a month's old friend request. So I don't expect any movement on that one anytime soon. FIRSTKILLER to the sidewall, 2-goal lead. Just needs to not be risky, so what does he go for? A ceiling double, pass to himself. FIRSTKILLER, I mean, he's just chaining dashes and almost messing around with a 2-goal lead. Gonna allow Zapatos to get one of them. 27 seconds delay kickoff. Some sort of cheese. Yep, there it is. I saw Zapatos do one earlier as well. Now, out of the back corner. Ooh, can't get anything going, man. FK has just been too good. A little bit of lack of execution there from Zapatos, but even when he's had it, FIRSTKILLER's had the saves. 5 seconds, still his chance. He's going to clutch it. He is going to clutch it with a second left to go. Zapatos reads the early challenge and just pops the ball straight up. Prioritizes height as opposed to getting it to the net. Now with 1 second left to go, it's a wave dash 50-50 kickoff. And oh no, a bit of a mistake from Zapatos. He should just let it get grounded, I feel like, in that situation. But either way, we're headed to overtime. Zapatos needs a goal to bring us to Ultimate Cinema Game 5. FIRSTKILLER, who was looking a little bit lackadaisical with his lead, I would say, is now maybe regretting that decision. Zapatos landing so far from the net, never really threatening with that aerial. Now it's FIRSTKILLER's control, and he is not the kind of guy you want to let have the ball in these situations, although he goes for a ground play. Zapatos covers it. FIRSTKILLER forced up to make it clear and used the bit of boost that he does have. He might be late recovering. Zapatos is trying to pin top left. Pretty good placement, too. But FIRSTKILLER stops it. Hook shots directly into FIRSTKILLER's car. Zapatos looking to try and be a pest on the ball. Should be able to get first to this boost. Wait, he's going to turn and try and shoot. FIRSTKILLER's ready for that. And now Zapatos backing off. FIRSTKILLER with boost to work with. Air dribble to the top left. It's in. And Zapatos is eliminated. GG's. Zapatos able to bring it to OT. But less than a minute in, FK advances. All right, let us... Did Diaz win? Because I see him in free play on his stream. He did. So now we've got Diaz FK. Wow. This is a real... This tournament's really delivering from the bottom up. We're going to do some ads too. Because so many of the best players you'd think are here in lowers. What does GL mean? It means good luck. Diaz FK. All right, I have time to set up the overlay. I always forget to do that. FK said he needed a second. To be fair, his series did just end, whereas Diaz has been waiting around. And I know I said that AJ had a good matchup, but he did only get a 3-1. Only one game off Diaz. How is Diaz AJ going? It's over. 3-1 in favor of Diaz. Chat, guys, listen, here's the thing. Just imagine a world in which you guys subscribe to the channel and we don't have to go back down to being 2 streaking. Also, when you gift 14 subs, a funny song plays. Surely that's incentive enough. Can't I always easy dodge? Okay, I guess we're going to play some music. I don't know how long. It's just like silence is torture. I'm a zoomer who needs constant stimulation. Nah, I'm cool. All right, sick. Why do we need buckets? Because I like to call goals buckets. You want to see the game? Nah, we're just going to show my face instead. Is that cool? Can you get the spreadsheet? Yeah, these guys got to make sure they check in. Yeah. Diaz, make sure to check. Okay, he did now, yeah. All right, they're good. All right, we're gaming. Yo! W Proverbs. W Proverbs in the chat. W Proverbs in the chat. Chatterio, it's First Killer versus Diaz. And I guessed wrong on what teams they were going to be on. What can you do? Diaz on the blue team, FK on the orange team. A rematch between two 1v1 Titans over in North America. Surely you're telling yourselves, man, I'm really excited for this grand finals. Well, you would be wrong. This is not the grand finals. This is not even the losers finals. This is the losers semi-final. First Killer versus Diaz. As these guys play to advance in the tournament, one of them will finish 4th place. And I realize what I just said, okay? But please be cool about it. Smile! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Shout out the support today, chat. Much appreciated. Waiting in the losers finals is Evo. Waiting in the winners finals, or sorry, the grand finals now, is Wavy. So one of Diaz or First Killer will finish 4th. These guys in their last 2 matchups now are even. When First Killer was fighting for my team, for Team Feer, he was able to get the win. But when they matched up earlier in the tournaments, Diaz actually got the win and sent First Killer to the lowers. So the reason why First Killer's down here in the first place is because of a loss to Diaz. So he might get 2 losses to Diaz and then finish 4th, which is a bit of a bummer. You'd think 2 losses to Diaz, you'd probably be finishing 2nd, but that is not how it's worked. Smile! Thank you for another 5 gifted. We've done it. We've hit the streak. We're combining it with the subs that we got earlier today that went over the top of the sub goal. W Smile 43. There's no doubt about it. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Quick. Much appreciated. We have ourselves 3 back-to-back best of 5s that we're watching now. Diaz versus First Killer, winner versus Eva, winner versus Wavy. Actually, we could have 4. If Wavy does not win in the grands, we'll have a bracket reset to watch as well. Diaz down 1 here as he looks to get some offense going. He is in the Fennec, which for some reason surprises me. I feel like when we saw Diaz peaking before, he was Octane. Seems to be going back and forth. Great adjustment after single jumping off the wall. It seemed like not the direction he needed to go. FK is a much more Octane type player. But honestly, both of these guys, I would say, are kind of Octane mains. I'm trying to think. You could convince me Diaz is 50-50, but Diaz, nice movement. So much movement on his resets. This air dribble, with very little adjustment, is tacking the right post, but then he puts it all the way back, and I think it bounces off the post and in before it goes in. There is a bracket reset. Yeah, Wavy will have to be beaten twice if you want to take the tournament from him. Diaz sends a reset directly into FK. Now it's 4-3. Diaz gonna lob one. Interesting first touch reset recovery from First Killer. Not something you see every day. In fact, you see essentially never. Interesting defensive maneuver for First Killer. It doesn't work out well, just to be clear. he does get scored on shortly after. So maybe not the best tech to be using. Can I get a gifted sub for my birthday? Wait. Type 1 in chat if it's your birthday. Let's make sure the people gifting subs know. And they can target the people whose birthday it is without a sub. There you go. If you're thinking about gifting, those are the people who you could give it to. And I know what you're thinking. No way it's all those people. But you guys have ever heard that like kind of puzzle or conundrum or what is it? Where you only need 20 or so people in the room and 2 of them probably share a birthday. Just think about that. We have a lot of people in the room. Maybe there is this many people whose birthday it is today. Wait, Smile doesn't like to say that Steamy Pie probably is the only real one with a birthday today. It does give Steamy Pie a sub. (4-4). Who is going to start this series with a lead? Diaz. Dangerous here. FIRSTKILLER is proven to be able to handle it. Goes to the ceiling. Can he get back to this one? He does. Diaz was shown an open net by FIRSTKILLER. Said, look at how far I am out of the play up here on the ceiling. I dare you to shoot. Only guess what? That's exactly what I wanted. And he makes a save with momentum and counters. 5-4 for FIRSTKILLER. Diaz, though, going to equalize here quickly off the kickoff. This matchup always provides the content. And FIRSTKILLER is taking it from us. No, I mean, technically the kickoff goal tied it up. So I can't say the same thing about kickoff goals and then putting the lead right back where it was before. But something about a kickoff goal to tie it sounds more epic than, oh, the game was just won off the kickoff. Oh! Not going to be a 2-goal game. I do not want to go to main menu. Game 1 goes to FIRSTKILLER. Do you remember? When I remember, there will be a Feer stream the next 3 days. Feels wow, man. Wow. Appreciate that sentiment. I am the moderator. Uh-oh. Zapatos is here. Watch out. Dodge. You got to get in line. Game number 2. They didn't say GG's. That's it. They hate each other. Somebody get on the Reddit. Smile! Gonna give a sub to yourself. Leave the brand new tier 1. FIRSTKILLER sticking it out in the Octane, and would you look at that? Diaz into the Octane as well. Ooh, nice shots. FIRSTKILLER making it seem like he might take this one down after getting pre-jumped by Diaz. But then a pre-flip shot underneath. That is dirty. There's a lot of Giga Chads who will come into chat and they'll gift a bunch of subs, and then they'll be like, wait a second, I'm not subbed. It's actually pretty common occurrence. Yo, Zyflinks! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Diaz gonna make it 2-2. The subs coming in like crazy right now. Appreciate you guys. And the kickoff goal is coming in crazy as well. They're trying to keep up with how many subs you're gifting. all of a sudden we didn't need to reduce the sub goal at all. Here you go. Thank you. Wait, he's also not subbed. Diaz, the slow motion air dribble bump. First killer makes it back down out of the air to make the save. Ooh, nice catch. Diaz should be able to finish this one off. Just wanted to farm a ping noise. Great. Roll into first touch. Dash. To get the kind of movement FK wasn't ready for. Diaz, such a clean first touch catch, but not able to make anything out of it. Zyflix, saving the tier 1 for 2 months. You've been subbed before, but you're back. Diaz doing something that I would expect to work fairly frequently the way First Killer's been trying to play Diaz, or sorry, trying to play defense. He's been so proactive, so pre-jumpy, that you think the occasional low 50 would put him out of position. It does do that here to give Diaz the lead. And now he's headed to the sidewall again, but against everybody but First Killer, these are automatic buckets for Diaz. He's had a tough time getting past First Killer, though. And that'll happen again as First Killer makes the read, and that's not the best first touch. So Diaz just pulls his camera down and just watches to see if he's going to get away with it. Because if First Killer had happened to turn into play, Diaz was screwed. But he needs to know where First Killer is to know if he can just sit and wait there, which First Killer was far away. Diaz, first save and seconds. Ooh, FK tried to punish him by chipping it directly towards the net while Diaz went to go get boost, but Diaz did wait it out. Eventually, First Killer will score. Diaz flick and a buckets, making it a little bit more straightforward and having a bit more success than when he tries to play his normal game. My bad. I low-key haven't subbed since I saw you at Worlds. Wait, you subbed because you saw me at Worlds? And then you instantly unsubscribed that? It's okay. Not before. Hey. That's a good sign. You're like, I might see him there. I need to be subbed in case he asks me if I'm subbed. Because anybody who has met me, you know the first thing I say is, hey, how long you been subscribed? And they're like, oh, well, it's just like, I don't really subscribe. Like, I don't know if I have the kind of money to subscribe long term to streamers. And then I say, talk to the hand. And I put my hand up and walk away. Ooh, Diaz. He has still got his game, regardless of how good First Killer's been playing defense. This time, Diaz goes to the back wall and hits the double. Diaz probably trying to resist against downward momentum of the ball too much. Can't imagine he can make a dribble happen with how much momentum it had. FK having to cut off angles early, but he's still not in a good spots. Oh, crossbar down. What a save! How does he do it? The man finds ways to sneak out of great attacks from Diaz. But right now, he needs some offense. Down 2. Has a boost steal. Diaz with nothing left over. FK deciding not to grab the midfield 100. And instead look for maybe a bump play of some sort on Diaz. Doesn't get it. Diaz right back to work. 2-goal lead, and what you'd think he'd do, maybe take it to his back corner, maybe take a bit of time, maybe not force the issue. No. You give me possession, I don't care what the lead is. I'm going right back at you and pushing it up even more. 8-5. Diaz tapping around First Killer, who's elected to prioritize boost. Diaz had just enough to send it away. And every high pop like that wastes more and more time, which First Killer desperately needs on his way to bring it back. Ooh, did not expect the whiff. First Killer, who had a lined up double, ultimately pulled off of it. Said, you know, no use using extra boost and extra car movement to try and double this because Diaz is clearly there. But then Diaz whiffed, so First Killer just gone through with it. He had scored, but air dribble bump. This would be, if I was going to say, if I had control, it would be forfeit territory, but it looks like they're going to still forfeit even without me being able to help them out. Game number 2 to Diaz. FIRSTKILLERs. Wait, what have I been saying? The 5 gifted was to make up for the months missed. Guys, it's okay. There's no, like, forced regimen of subbing. You guys know that, right? Game number 3. Zapatos asks, Yo, Feer, what do you see in other players that I lack? The biggest thing that was a trouble for you is you were playing First Killer. So the other players I was watching for the most part weren't playing First Killer. That helped them a lot. So if you could work on that. I'd have to watch a little bit more Zapatos gameplay as Diaz dunks in one for the first. But I think that like a really dynamic aerial attack, I'd have to watch more Zapatos games because it looked pretty decent from the couple games that I watched. It's just you're playing against First Killer, and so the good shots were still saved. But I've always wanted you to try and integrate what I feel like is a really high ceiling for mechanical control. It's like a little bit too freestyly though. And so a lot of times people who are just a little bit too freestyly can make some concessions in their dribbles they probably shouldn't for what feels like just extra flair. But you could study Diaz, who's, you know, he seems to have no extra flair and still be really consistent. I think that you heavily favor your wave dash kickoff, and it's probably worth mixing it up a little bit more. I know when I've watched Zapatos gameplay in the past, it's like, you know, you're getting a wave dash kickoff every single time, which, to be fair, people hate playing your kickoff, so maybe don't change it. I take it back. While it seems like slightly, you know, too one-dimensional, also every player who's ever said playing against you says it sucks terribly because you destroy them on the kickoff, so maybe don't adjust that. I think I take it back. But Diaz right now running this game number 3 up. But I think I'd have to watch some more Zapatos games. I feel like I haven't watched a lot of Zapatos games recently, especially since I feel like there's been a recent Zapatos grind and a bit of a level up based on the results that I've seen from the last time I was watching a lot of Zapatos gameplay. So I'd have to give it another good look. But also, who am I? Just a guy who watches some 1v1s. Oh my goodness, look at this shot from First Killer. This is something that Diaz does a great job of as well. Just so much movement. And this is, you know, talking to Zapatos, this is a great example of like a not super flare like air dribble, but it prioritizes what's important to score, which is an insane amount of movement late to take a defender who's prepped in one spot and make it impossible for them to recover the other way. But again, it's not like very repeatable. Very few players can do it. So it doesn't feel like great advice sometimes to be like, oh yeah, just hit all that stuff Nupo can hit. You know how he zooms around the field and hits stuff you've never thought of? Just do that. Long shot from Diaz. Ooh, nice save. First killer trying to take over this air dribble by pre-flipping in front of it and making sure it extends out of Diaz's reach. You mean Zen? Sure, Zen as well. The top 8 gatekeeper wants a promotion? Wait, you got top 6. Right? Tied for 5th? So you've already promoted. Would you look at that? Congratulations. W Zapatos in the chat. He's done it. Next promotion, top 4. I'd be really interested to watch your Wavy Zapatos series. I mean, Wavy's been tough to beat for everybody today. But I know that matchup's an interesting one between you two. I feel like there could be a lot to learn there. Based on how you play against the way Wavy plays. Double reset. Oh, he muscles it through. 7-2 for Diaz. And there it is. There's the forfeit. Game 3. Going to Diaz. Game 4. Diaz trying to repeat his win from earlier in the brackets. And while we talked a little bit about Zapatos, Diaz went on a run and really separated himself in that game. Can he do it again? Do you see the game Zapatos played against Dark? Wait, Zapatos versus Dark has been begged for on the YouTube. And you're telling me it happened? And what server? And which one of them had atrocious ping so bad that it didn't even make sense? You never played against Dark. Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. US West versus Mina. It's just, there's just no way to do it. First killer trying to take advantage of some awkward movements from Diaz. Takes us back to his own half. He has boost advantage. Diaz is actually in a tough spot here as first killer goes in and out of the nets. Diaz has done well to handle it, but still he's not out of the woods. That's proven by the fact that first killer is attacking the net right now. These guys have been all over the top of each other, just kind of forcing missed wave dashes here and there every time they're trying to land. Both of them want to play quick and want to play in the same spot. Diaz just waiting out and cutting once he sees first killer move. Now reset at ceiling height. First killer's going to come up there to meet him. No, he's going to go back down to the ground, and then he's going to make the save. This is great movement from first killer, and controlling the play without the ball is something that he does so well on defense. Dictating what kind of shot he wants from Diaz, and then covering said shot. And it's tough. I mean, it's not like Diaz is falling for bait. If he just shoots immediately, first killer maybe just saves it high like he's showing he will. First killer now, the only kind of boost he has is available for just a long shots, and so he puts as much power on it as possible, and Diaz can't get a real clear. I'm Dono Walling Zap. Sorry, I'm talking a little bit about the games. What am I telling Zap this time? If you want to host me versus Dark, I'm down because I bought a subscription for exit lag. So my ping on EU is down by 30. Oh, wait. I could go crazy. Little Zapatos Dark. Then afterwards, little Pogo only Zapatos Dark. Wait, of course there was an insane shot. First chat says, you're Dono Walling Zapatos, not responding to him. So I take a moment. That's a great angle from Diaz. And I decide to look at his chat logs. And instantly, a clip is hit. You're not watching the clip! Diaz gonna make it 4-3. Soft touch from FK, gonna be allowed to take a dribble. Diaz, no boost left over. First killer will be able to follow it up. Tie game. Zero boost. FK wants to get something out of this, but won't get much. Has to back off. Power shot from Diaz. First killer collects it on the back wall and then just gets dunked. What happens if first killer waits here? Probably a lot tougher to read. Diaz can actually get up really early. I think first killer does have to jump. Just needs to get some better touches in the process of clearing it off the back wall. 5-4 for Mr. Diaz, on the verge of eliminating first killer. Both of his losses will be to the Brazilian. Nice movement for first killer. We watched it from Diaz's perspective, and I'm glad I didn't switch to give you an idea of what it's like to defend against attacks like this, against double resets or maybe triple. But it seemed like he got one and just went back and got another. Wave dash kickoff. Great speed from first killer. He's trying to get it all. An amazing recovery to half flip after Diaz undercut him. He should have been taken out of the play, but he managed to stick around. He still might get scored on, though. Diaz will make it 6-5. Minute 33. Lead in favor of Diaz. First killer just staring Diaz down. Now having to back off. Put just enough on that to make that a miss. Diaz going to back up. First killer with space and time. Diaz trying to take that space away by pre-jumping and did a great job before first killer really adjusts. He's there to 50 it back down. Undercuts him now. Diaz looking at an open net and he'll score it. 7-5. A minute and a second left to go. Is this the final? Is a great question for a first-time chatter, and the answer would be no. But surely it's the loser's final. But the answer to that would be no. It is the loser's semifinal that these two have found each other matched up. And Diaz, up 8-5, may have just secured it with that goal. Diaz, ceiling pinch. Oh, almost got first killer to double it for him. But the fact that he's in control of the possession means first killer's not scoring. And first killer would need to pre-jump again from Diaz. He's already there. He knows first killer's going to the air. It didn't work out this time, though. Oh, but wait, it did! It convinced first killer to have to go around him. And then he can't get a goal. Diaz not going to shoot this one. He is going to wait out his time since he has a clear win here. This one's not going game 5. Diaz with another win. First killer clutched it out for my team. Can we talk about how first killer clutched it out only when he was playing the Feer versus Chat crew battle? Shout out FK for being the homie. But this time, Diaz will win. I don't know why it didn't register on the overlay, but 3-1 for Diaz. Jeez. Diaz Evo. Another Diaz Evo rematch. Let me give Evo an invite. If I subbed, could I have the new Mix-Up 2 spreadsheet? If you sub right now, then we'll get it for you right now. That seems fair. Ads leavage. Listen, if you guys want the ads during the gameplay, like at game 5, we can do that too. Totally up to you guys. Look at Proverb go. As the new mod earns his legs. Earns his wings. Chatterio, it's Diaz versus Evo in the losers finals of the Cash Cup for North America. Wavy away to the grand final. If Evo gets there, it'll be a rematch. If Diaz gets there, it'll be a new matchup that we haven't seen yet in this Cash Cup. But it's looking like these are your top 4 contenders. You know, Daniel probably thrown in there as well if he does decide to play for 1v1 RLCS. Maybe Chronic and Beast Mode, the other two that I can think of that did not play, that are probably worth considering as well. Diaz stealing some midfield boost and sending one to the net. Fear's not ready for the LJ. Do you guys think LJ will be playing in 1v1? RLCS 1v1? Diaz right now off to an early start. These games get going quickly. Evo, great placements on the flick. Sure, it's crossbar, but it's down and easy to follow up. Evo does not play on keyboard. These guys are all controller players. Most of everybody's a controller player. If you're not sure who is or isn't, it's a good idea to just assume they're a controller player until told otherwise. Diaz, how does he stay with his wits about him while falling underneath the ball and having his perspective thrown off like that? Is it because he's good at the game? Me? That could never be me. DSC 1439 plays through Neuralink because clearly no limbs are available to play. Diaz, great chance here to score. Goes for a catch and flick instead of sort of a hook shot. I feel like hook shot might have just been a better version of what he ended up doing. Costs less boost, less momentum, less space. Has a bit more power and would force maybe a tougher save, but maybe it also would have sent it across the net and EVO would have escaped quicker. But either way, it's going to be 2-2. EVO out of his own back corner will make it 3-2. A poll in the chat says, if Diaz wins, where's this a win for? Brazil or I don't know, EU, the French somehow? That was number 2. Then USA, then Canada. I think his only connection to Canada is he has the Canadian banner right now. But I think it's pretty obviously Brazil. Especially because he did all this work from Brazil on 90 ping or so. So he was doing all of this top level 1v1 gameplay while playing from Sam. So it's not even questionable. It'd be one thing if like a player moved to a certain region and then dominated because of the improvement they were able to get at that region, but Diaz was already ahead and then just so happened to come to North America afterwards. 5-2 from EVO though. It's funny, we got so quickly in this game, I'm kind of like, well, Diaz is winning. He's winning in this series because the previous one we just watched, but that's not true. This is completely fresh. Game number 1. EVO starting off strong. Can Diaz get this to the net? He should be able to, and he will. Why are they using the same car design? A lot of pros will use similar, if not exactly the same car designs, because they just become meta. People like them. They're popular. They find out the exact design from other people, and they both make them. They both feel like this is the best Octane right now. $53 seconds left to go for Diaz. Otherwise, he's going to go down early here in this series. Resets. Cleaned up. EVO's been playing so well. I know I said earlier it was kind of almost reverse order from where we expected them before. Not fully reverse, as I think a lot of people would have had Diaz, then FIRSTKILLER, then EVO, and then Wavy if they had to order them. And right now, it's shaking out almost completely reverse, except Diaz has still been able to beat FIRSTKILLER. Although, to be fair, after FIRSTKILLER beat Diaz in my crew battle, I'm sure a lot of people will even have FIRSTKILLER ahead. So it might be a complete reversal of the top 4 if it all shakes out that way. Diaz might get one more goal, but it won't matter. Game number 1 goes to EVO. 5-4. How much is the win prize? That's a great question. First overall is 1,000. Second is 700. I believe I'm doing this off memory right now. Third is 400. And fourth is 300. So FK locked in 300. Diaz and EVO locked in at 400 at least. They're playing to get at least 700. And of course, the possibility of getting 1,000 if they can get to Wavy and bracket reset him. Game number 2. Diaz and EVO. EVO bump, got it! This is not your conventional air dribble bump, as he has to go pretty far off the trajectory to connect it, but he does read the angle that Diaz has to the ball and has himself a 1-0 lead. Raid me when you're done. First time chatter. Okay, sounds good. It was that simple. All they had to do was ask. They just never did. Guys, get it twisted. The way to become a big streamer is to go to all the streams you can and type raid me when you're done. That's how I did it. That's how everyone did it before me. And it's how everyone will do it in the future. There really is no other way. Evo. Wave dash. Puts an easy one on target. Diaz reads it. Trying to go back the other way as these two guys trade lofty air dribbles. Will Diaz continue the trend with the ball in near ceiling heights? Fakes the wave dash catch. Again, it's just kind of mind games. And these two guys showing off their level of control as they slowly work it down the field. Air dribble bump. Diaz dodges it and makes a save. 1-0 game. Minute 30 off the clock now. This is what we talked about in terms of the win condition for Evo before. It felt like low-scoring games where he's able to sneak out the edge are what works for him. If it goes to a ton of goals, seems to end up favoring Diaz. Evo has to clear it, buy himself more time and a chance to get boost. He's going to switch the field completely and go to the opposite corner. Might have a tough time getting back to make a save, but he does not. He does get the first. Can't get the... Oh, wow. I almost said it too soon. But it is true. He can't get the second. Diaz flick over the top of an Evo diving in. He'll make it 3-1. Had to reverse back up to control that. Maybe Evo felt like, because it was a bit awkward, that he was going to be able to get there and take it away in time. Diaz tried to go for a fake here. It worked. A double fake. I guess it just works out as probably just a single fake. But either way, Evo tries to recover in. Gets faked by that setup. And then tried to backflip. He just missed his backflip. He wanted a certain diagonal that would actually take him to the ball. Instead, 4-1 lead for Diaz. When Evo won last time against Diaz, his losses were early forfeits. Feels like if he can't keep the game looking like how he wants to, then it gets out of his hands. What a recovery from Evo. Snags a demo and gets a second goal. We got to watch this again. The save and recovery. Oh, what the heck? He I'd have to go back. What was I looking at? How did they have a flip? Wait, let me think about this for a second. I guess he just jumped, right? He just wave dash down and single jumps. He still had a flip. Okay. It wasn't as crazy as my brain registered it, but... Backflip from Diaz. Wow, look at the power. This is not a position that necessarily should be a goal. I mean, Evo is on the side wall, but just so much power out of the backflip. Octane does seem to be much more popular over here in North America. It's the Fennec takeover in EU MENA for sure. We're getting into Evo forfeit territory. Although I wouldn't think he's going to stick it out here. Evo doesn't like playing while down for too long. And I think one more goal could potentially do it. Or, you know, this is why you don't forfeit, just to be clear. Because you might just bang a kickoff goal directly in. I'm just trying to pre-jump Evo's mindset. And now another kickoff top right. And just like that, this is why you should have forfeit. But like I said, just going off patterns I've seen. Although Diaz is going to get it right back. And this is why you should forfeit. I can do this forever. And like I said, this is why you should forfeit. Oh my goodness. I'm skipping the replays, by the way. People in chat saying skip the replays. This is Diaz watching the replay back. Not me. There was a time in which the direct kickoff goals really kind of just got erased. Great downward shot here from EVOH, coming off the ceiling. But I do seem to be back in strong form here today. Not just kickoff possessions won, but just straight to the net kickoffs off the side wall. Diaz, great read. There it is. EVOH's had enough. Game number 2 goes to Diaz. Gotta change your car quick. He's trying to put us back in the game. Game number 3. EVOH into the Fennec for game 3. Diaz is literally using the EVOH strat of not skipping replays until it shows the other person missing. Yeah, so EVOH known to be ever so slightly toxic. Although I have to admit, I've done this at least on accident a couple times, and you probably have in chat as well. EVOH would be known to never skip the replay until his teammate's mistake, and then skip it only after that to force his teammate to watch it, which is insane work, of course. But I think I do it on accident sometimes where I'm like, what happened there? And then I watch it back and I'm like, oh, teammate whiffed. And then I skip. But I swear I'm not doing it out of toxicity. And maybe EVOH wasn't either, you know? Maybe give EVOH a break. He's just confused at what's going on the field and needs to see it again. But someone's trying to argue that that's what Diaz has been doing to him. Watching the replays here in these 1v1 games to show the EVOH mistake and only then skip the replay. Great save from EVOH. Continuing his trend of playing well after a forfeit. EVOH's got no boost to work with now. Can he escape off pads? His defense has been impressive. Combined that full sentence into one with a little defense. But he likes to try and dive. It does not work out. We start to mix together words a bit when it gets a little bit too deep into the 9 hours of stream during the day. Diaz into the back corner. What are we going to see? Usually it's cinema. He is going to dance with the ceiling across the whole field. But EVOH makes another save. Let's do it again. Run it back. One more time. No, EVOH's had enough. He's had enough of these full field dribbles. He's going to go challenge early. You know what that's going to result in? A half field dribble instead. Diaz from the right side wall. Not going for a bump. It kind of felt like a situation where a bump might have worked. Diaz electing to just arrow roll through and did not pick up the 100. That certainly has to be a mistake. He will get 100 in the back corner, but he allows EVOH to reload as well as he flips through. EVOH now trying to settle the ball on top of his car. He's going to double jump it. Instead, gets a bump and converts. 3-1 for the EVOH lead. Thunderbats, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. Much appreciated. Can EVOH get the angle? He did have the angle. forced to save out of Diaz, who can create an air dribble towards the net with whatever sort of setup you want. That one was not an easy one. Diaz makes it seem that way. Diaz double jump bump, Evo over the top of it. Ball floating almost straight down. Follow-up save is there. Evo not around any pads or any hundreds, so he's got to play off very little. Finally gets himself a pad or two. This 50's off the post. Side flipped in case Diaz shot, but Diaz is thinking about a future attack. Oh, almost another save from Evo. But Diaz does eventually break him down. Diaz up in the air, quickly pre-jumped and has the ball taken away. And now Evo gets to look at a wide open net. Evo booming first touch. I don't know if he was expecting Diaz to chase him down. Gonna grab a demo and get himself a goal. So it ends up working out to just put pressure on the back wall of Diaz. Diaz forced to kind of make it clear, pop himself in the air, and the fact that Evo chased it down means he's around to get a demo on the landing. Did not grab his own back corner boost though. So Diaz is right to immediately pop the ball and pressure the net. Do not let Evo get a chance to swing out and pick anything up, and you're very likely to score eventually. This time it only takes a couple chances. Now he's within two. Delay kickoff intentionally by Evo. Is he going to pay off? The ball goes directly in front of his net, but it's not an immediate goal. And he does clear this one out. He's trying to decide. Interesting play. The little mind games back and forth. Evo will get a midfield 100. But Diaz tried to make it seem like he was going to go steal Evo's 100 if that's where he went. Diaz needs a possession. Evo might have gotten ahead of himself. Great catch touch from Diaz. Now into an air dribble bump. Evo is over the top of it. He is having premonitions on when these air dribble bumps are coming, and he's getting up long before there's a chance to bump him. And doing so might have just secured this game. Clear to the other corner. Evo gonna go up 2-1. Trying to go out in style here across the length of the field, and he will not go out in style. It will land short. Game number 3 goes to Evo. Game number 4. Diaz playing from behind here against Evo. Evo's trying to get the rematch against Wavy in the winners finals. That series was good, but Wavy had the edge ultimately. How will it work out second time around? The switch to the Fennec works out for Evo in game number 3. Now Diaz is just pulling that camera down on the back wall as he looks for a bump. Wants to try and see if he can clear Evo out. Here's another one of those Diaz dribbles which start out towards the left corner and finish in the top right, but missed just a bit too high. Evo forcing the issue. Credit to him. The defensive work he's done against Diaz, matched by few, as I mentioned earlier. FIRSTKILLER, one of those guys who has done a decent job, but even he was eventually bested. Evo waved that shot, pinned, and not only that, Evo does not save it into the corner, which means he gets the follow-up touch and clears it and ends the possession, at least momentarily. Problem is, Diaz has no issue playing with a full tank of boost off his back wall. EVO will make another save, though. The defense from him will be rewarded. 2-0 for EVO. A couple great saves. Deserving of a counterattack. He will get one eventually. Diaz does not pick up the 100. So EVO gets to have it. And he will go wave dash on the landing after getting the reset. 3-0 for EVO. Slight mistakes. You will not get away with them here in these lobbies. Fake by Diaz, but he couldn't cut it in front of the net in time. And EVO just seems to have those reads, even when he does get beat by fakes like that, or seems to miss. It's almost like he covered the net perfectly, because the only way to get him to miss is to miss yourself. Nice play by Diaz. And he helps, or uses the back wall to help this time, playing from way too far behind the play. Diaz keeps it high, goes for the double. Who's Zapper? What about Zapatos? Do you know that guy? Diaz passed to himself off the back wall. Felt EVO was in too deep. He was trying to keep up above, but instead he went under. EVO, nice placements. They don't get it, but you did. And that's what matters to me. I just needed one recognition from someone who got it, and that was good enough. Diaz waiting out the ball as it bounces to the side wall so he can get a good setup here, and he faked EVO out. 4-3, still in favor of EVO as he's trying to close it out here without a game 5. I believe these guys went game 5 last time. Most of the series we've watched have gone that way. It has been quite the cinema day in the Cash Cup. As EVO wants a bump, Diaz gets around it. Now, again, look at this. I mean, this is what Diaz does so well. EVO does a lot of camera work as well. I've always regarded him as one of the top players when it comes to camera work. Nice save, first touch save. It was still headed in. He had to get back and get the follow-up, which he did. But Diaz seems to find himself in situations where the ball is floating and needs to watch the other player a lot. Does a good job of pinning his camera on them without taking off ball cam. 5-3 now as EVO puts back some cushion on his lead. I don't know how many more times I can watch a player with peak ability get called lucky in the chat, but I think I'm cursed to it forever. EVO landing on the crossbar and dashing back down. Diaz playing on the ground. He's still just trying to beat EVO some way. This time looking for the chip bounce to get EVO to miss on his dive challenge, but EVO still connects. Diaz will go back to his familiar place, the air, and EVO has the read. Knew exactly where it was headed, makes the save, grabs the boost, forces Diaz to waste more time. Now Diaz doesn't mind playing from here, but he's not in a position where he can get away with it. He needs to be scoring right now. Diaz does just to go ring around the rosy. He rolls through. Finally, he does it. And this is the level of peak you need to hit to get it past EVO. Instead of going for a reset shot, he just rolls through to get extra power. And EVO still almost got the touch, despite the fact that EVO has been prepping for resets all day. 27 seconds. Big kickoff win for Diaz. Here's his opportunity to tie it up, keep himself alive in this tournament. Evo, another save. Diaz, still a solid chance. Aggressive Evo on defense pays off with another decent 50-20 boost. Did he get this chipped over the top of him? He did. Diaz is looking at a wide open net. Evo wanted to chase him down, wanted to stay involved, but got a little too involved. Didn't know what to do there. I mean, we saw him diving on those previously, but he didn't feel like he had the strength to dive this time. 5-5. Delay kickoff. Heavy delay. Right back into Diaz, so it doesn't pay off as much as he would have liked it to. And it is going to be OT. Will not do the delay twice, I don't think. Especially on this diagonal. Evo wins the kickoff, though. Diaz. Ooh, try to go early. Maybe I was wrong about that. Evo thought he won it, but Diaz will take it to game 5 for maximum cinema. Evo didn't have the best angle. I didn't have it either. Watch it from his POV. But you watch it from Diaz, and it was clear from the beginning. He's sending it to game 5. Game 5, Diaz and Evo for a chance to play Wavy in the grand final. No matter who makes it there, they'll have to beat Wavy twice if they want to finish first. Evo dunks this over the top of Diaz to make it 1-0. Diaz, nice. Sorry, Evo, I should say, nice read on this double. I feel like that was a tough situation. He got a solid clear out of it. Maybe not the best long shot, but he is going to try and turn in again, despite the fact that he just lost an OT by trying to get these midfield wins. He's sticking to it. This is not the finals. It's the losers finals. As Evo able to win a kickoff to make it 2-1. Diaz just rolling underneath the ball as he gets a reset. Evo getting caught up, going for boost. After the backflip challenge, decided to just hold the half flip through, hold on now boost, and go get midfield. Forgot about the net. Probably a bit more important. Good start to this possession, though. Had a chance to shoot. Knew Diaz had no choice but to jump up and tap it, and elected to just go play off of his tap. That would force Diaz to lose possession, get rid of the ball, and be on very low boost. Not likely to be able to escape after that. And liable to be faked, clearly. As that's what Evo does to him. Evo going to snag the midfield 100. Booming shots. Way over the top of the net. This is not way over, but in the sense of how clearly it was not on target, it was way over. Diaz, ooh, is going to sneak it in. Saw the mistake from Evo as he moved his way back. Did not jump in a way that could get a touch on that ball. And that commits him to too much movement. Diaz able to sneak in with a nice pre-flip. 3-3 flick. Can he keep it low enough to follow it up? He will. Diaz seemingly very clearly going to air dribble. We've seen Evo and others pre-jump in those cases, but Evo's elected to stay grounded. Diaz will once again go to his air dribble that he loves so much. EVO tried to sneak underneath it, but ends up just redirecting the shot. Not an own goal, just an attempt to make a save. That did not pay off. Fake kickoff, first time we've seen this in any of the games pretty much all day, which is interesting. You'd expect to see that just a little bit more. EVO wanted the ground demo, not going to get it. Diaz going to switch the field. EVO forces the pinch. There was not a land there by Diaz as he just flips himself near the back wall. Boost spawns a moment too late for EVO, so Diaz knows it as well. EVO forced into a passive play, and now is panicking after he messed up on the side wall. He thought Diaz was going to come steal it, so he felt forced to go. But he actually has a great boost advantage. His air dribble bumps have been better. There's no question. EVO has had more success with the double jump bump, the air dribble bump. This one puts him within one. Reset shot from Diaz. Oh, just watching it from EVO's POV just shows you the perfection that is the way he moves on defense. Look at this read. I mean, I'm watching and I'm thinking he's screwed. I'm not saving that. How do you read where this ends up? Not only does EVO save it, he counters it. EVO wants a demo in the attacking corner. Can't find it, so Diaz will control at the midfield. 360, nothing's coming to that. EVO knows it as well, although he just pulled himself way too far out of the corner. He did not have to do this. Diaz chains the dash. Maybe he was hoping for a bump or something to send Diaz in the stratosphere. Let's get anything worthwhile. Diaz another kickoff win. EVO is going to make the save as he waits down at the net for the shot. One of the big things that EVO's been doing well is his early dive challenges have been paying off, which is just something that so many players get caught looking silly when they go for them. You try and challenge early, you get a bad 50, you lose the ball, it goes flying over the top of you. It's just really hard to get good early challenges and get away with it. And EVO's been doing a great job of it. He has been moving out to Diaz and getting all the best bounces on the follow-up from the 50. You know, whether he steals it clean, even if there is a slight 50, never an easy attack for Diaz on the next play. And that is just so hard to do. Diaz in control again, though, off this kickoff. EVO has to be somewhat comfortable, though, the way he's defended. Doesn't seem like he's ever really nervous when he has to play defense. Has to back off again, so he'll be once again defending. Diaz trying to put pace on the ball because he knows EVO's going to have a late recovery, and this time he will not stop him. And it could be just a little bit too late for EVO. Sure, the defense has been good, but you're letting Diaz attack over and over and over again. And you can only stop him so many times. The wave dash shot puts Diaz in the lead. And it's a diagonal kickoff. If it wasn't diagonal, I would say EVO was going to go delay, but it is diagonal, and he's still going to go delay. EVO has been delaying to cheese out these important games all day. If these guys had been watching each other's replays, Diaz would have known this. EVO likes the cheese wave dash, or sorry, the cheese delay. So do I, by the way, in ranked, if you ever play me in a close moment like that. It pays off. 7-7, EVO forced again into defense. Off the kickoff. Wants to grab Diaz's 100, and he will be able to. Trying to chip to himself, but he did just chip to Diaz, who long shots it. Caught and collected. This ball's floating in the air. EVO and Diaz meet to send it to the ground. Game 5 overtime. Winner advances to play Wavy in the grand finals. Loser is done, finishing third. Diaz again with a first possession off kickoff. He's had all the first possessions. EVO bumped him just enough, though, that he can't get a follow-up. So that counts as a save. And that's what EVO's been doing all day. EVO now in the attacking corner. The first possession it feels like he's had in forever, and he might just lose it quickly. He's been playing exclusively out of defense against Diaz, but this one is no question his. Soft touch into an air dribble. Diaz up, able to collect it to the back wall. Just a couple bit of boost. I was going to say a couple pads, but I think it was even less than that. Forces him to dispossess it, but Evo, so focused on the back corner boost, does not take the ball away. This one will cross the net. Evo's got a lot to work with, so even though he gets slightly starred, 52 is more than enough to make a play. As he's going to bump Diaz on the wrong side of the ball. He got really greedy, used a ton of boost on a demo attempt and or a follow-up bump. Diaz will slot it top shelf. It comes down to the greedy demo attempt right there. Doesn't get it. Forced all the way out of the play. And even though he picks up the 100, he cannot stop the 79 km/h flick. Diaz advances to the final against Wavy. That was a good one, man. These have been cinema. We got ads, and then we're into this one pretty quickly, I assume. Wavy will have an extra life. Sheesh. These are always messed up now. I shouldn't even go to the scene because it's just messed up. Because these guys leave the game so often. And then silence. This is why we have to have music. GG's. But I have to leave Evo's party. Pull in Diaz and Wavy after they check in here. Okay, I know it looks like it says L Diaz. But listen, we talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm not saying L Diaz. Like Diaz, he's a great guy. He just is coming from the loser's bracket. Wavy, don't ego or invite. There he is. We got him. We got him. Wavy still needs to check in, though. Okay, he did. That means we're starting here soon. I might even pre-jump turning the music off because they just join the lobby and just go. Question on this is this overall win or just first series if Diaz wins? Okay, this is why we put the W and the L in. Hopefully it helps people who are used to seeing double elimination brackets. Wavy is coming from uppers. Diaz will have to beat him twice. The W represents that he is coming from winners and therefore has 2 lives. The L for Diaz represents he has lost already and he has 1 life. If he loses right away, it's over. If Wavy loses, both of those will switch to L's and you'll know everybody has only 1 life left. And the next winner will decide it.
L means Feer doesn't.
I'm glad I moved off TTS. L means Feer doesn't like them is not true. Thank you for the 2 months Prime. I don't know if they're waiting for me. Yep. That's what the kids say, YH. Right? I'm ready. Is Diaz ready? Maybe he wasn't asking about me. Not everything's about me. Here we go. It's the grand finals. It's Diaz versus Wavy. And let's address the elephant in the room if you just tuned in. The L and the W on screen is not because I have certain sentiments for certain players, I promise. It is to let you guys know that Wavy has not lost yet. And that's why he's got a W on his side of the scoreboard. He would have to lose a series and another series in order to be eliminated and get seconds. Diaz, coming from lowers, must win and has to take 2 lives off of Wavy to finish first. That is where we're at. And I'm excited for another great matchup between 2 North American, pure-blooded North Americans. Am I right? Nothing's more North American than Canadian Diaz, according to his banner. And, of course, American Wavy. Now, Wavy has been known historically to have a good matchup against Diaz. I think he might still have a favorable one, but Diaz has gotten a lot more of the recent matchups. Don't pin W and L next to the player's name represents Feer's favoritism. That's just going to be very confusing to people who are just joining. For those of you who watch, I mean, I assume it's the case for a lot of tournaments, but I know specifically for Melee, it's a very standard way to represent who's coming from winner's bracket. Wavy gonna make it 2-1. Wavy played recently in my tournaments as a part of Team Chat, and he did not clutch up for you guys. I'm trying to remember, did he play Beast Mode? I think he played Beast Mode. Wavy versus Beast Mode. Beast Mode able to get the win. Beast Mode not here today in the Cash Cup. Although, you know, I'm not about to say that Beast Mode therefore should have made Grand Finals through uppers. I think that Beast Mode historically, his matchups against other players would not suggest that he'd be making Grand Finals through uppers, but I would say Wavy wouldn't either. Some of the other top dogs here he's had tough times against recently, and yet here he is awaiting the top of the brackets for his #1 challenger in Diaz. People are excited to see a potential Diaz representation for North America. Sure, would that mean, you know, no native North Americans get to play 1v1 on land? But hey, if we want to stop him, we got to put in the work. Diaz getting his boost stolen here as Wavy works his way in towards the blue net with Diaz. Nothing left over. Diaz seemed like he gave a window of attack. Wavy was ready to steal it, but the bump saves Diaz. Diaz versus Rawas, 1v1 Grand Finals. Would go kind of crazy. I would definitely be excited to see that. But I think almost all the matchups would go crazy pretty much no matter what, because it's just so fun to see NA versus Mina in a lane environment. Both these guys using some empty jumps as play slows down here. The scale trying to tip one side or the other. Can't quite do it. Wavy's flick sent into the backboard. Counterattack is there. It's fast enough. And it's Diaz with the lead. Does Wavy play for any team? He does. He plays for Deleted Gaming, is my understanding. Oh, wait, don't. He didn't. That's one of the changes, right? Did Wavy move somewhere else? Not on Deleted anymore? I'm trying to remember. Someone in chat will correct me. So I'll just say, yeah, he's still on Deleted. And then if people start spamming that he's not, you'll know I was wrong. Diaz big kickoff win. It actually felt like he could have scored it there. Obviously decided that it wasn't worth the risk and that Wavy might have made it back. Maybe Wavy would have made it back. But if he tried to high point it with his little bit of boost, I have a hard time imagining Wavy saves it. But if he does try and high point it, he's now double jumped, used every little boost he has and gone super all in. So probably the right decision from Diaz to just wait it out, because he could tell, even if I don't score right now, I'm going to be in a really good spot to score eventually, and I'll be much more in control than if I try and go all in here. Wavy's brought it back to tied. This is indeed Grand Finals. Should we put that in the title? I feel like Grand Finals goes hard in the title, as people know they have only one series to watch, except in this case with double eliminations, it's not always true. Diaz 50, and then forces it in. 33 seconds left to go. No one's pulled away in this game at all. Diaz might have a chance to here on this kickoff. Wavy able to double jump and send it to the ceiling. Going to be a time waste from Diaz as he goes to back wall. Wouldn't mind a full Diaz dribble, but needs to be careful if he is going to do it, because he needs to save boost. No reason to spend it all and give up your ability to recover. Diaz cuts this one off early, survives the demo, and wins the game almost assuredly by tapping in one more. 6-4. Diaz needs this series win and another one. When I've seen Diaz play similar tournaments back in South America, he has often gone to lower brackets and had to get the bracket reset and then win, but he seems to clutch it out more often than not. Will he be able to do it today? Wavy sends one into the ground to secure his loss. Game number 1 to Diaz. Game number 2. Long day of Rocket League. Shout outs to Epic Games. I know you could say I'm a shill all you want. Not sponsored, not hashtag ad. For creating the Cash Cups and giving an opportunity for some fun content and gameplay to be had. And then on top of that, allowing us to hop into the lobbies and stream the games. An improvement over how tournaments and stuff like this were run in the past, if you ask me. Of course, I'm going to be extremely biased, but I think it gets more viewers on the content, gets more people excited about Rocket League. You're trying to tell me not a single person who's able to watch today isn't going to be like, let me go see if I can do a full field back wall air dribble like Diaz. I probably can. I don't think he's that good. And then hops in the game. Type 1 in chat if you've already done that. Diaz popping this over Wavy as he takes it the distance and taps in the open net. USA has to lose in the most heartbreaking way imaginable. Diaz staring down at Wavy. Diaz seems to have the edge now. 3-0 here in game number 2. Can he pull away? I mean, this would be good for confidence knowing he has to win 2 series straight against Wavy. A lot of 1v1 played in these tournaments to get to this point. The benefits of losing: you get to relax, you get to chill out, you get to stop playing this stressful game mode. No such respite? Does that make any sense for these guys? Sometimes words pop into my head. I'm like, I'm not 100% sure I know what that means. Diaz gonna make it 4-0 though. It works, thanks. It kind of doesn't work when I can't say it confidently. Don't say respite clean for real, especially when I half say it. I'm like, not even willing to commit. It's like, it's just an L no matter what if you're just not going to commit. Isn't it said like respite? I don't think so, but I don't know. Wavy in a tough spot. We're talking about how to pronounce respite here because he hasn't been able to get one on net here. Fake kickoff for Diaz and another. Oh, not another goal. Good defense from Wavy. And actually, he's even going to counter. He's on the board. Uh-oh. He has set up the chance at a very popular scoreline here. Diaz with a kickoff win and a reset. Is there something scarier in the game? Wavy trying to defend it from inside the net. Something that immediately pops out to me is EVO was never trying to do that. When EVO was making saves against Diaz, he was not putting himself in the net around the near post like that. He was always flying across the net as best he could, making impossible reads. I mean, listen, it's hard to encourage or say someone else should be doing. But after we watched EVO's defense, obviously he did end up losing. I think we cannot deny that his defense was solid at many parts of that series. Oh, did Diaz pre-leave? Oh, next. Okay, I saw it. All right, for a second, I did not see the next, and I thought Diaz just said, I win, and left. He's like, I'm not waiting. I won that game. Please, just end it. Game number 2. Diaz and Wavy. Wavy gonna score for... Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That felt like a turning point here for Series 1. Could he be in trouble? Is it game 3? Oh, you're right. It is. Yeah, sorry. That my overlay does this on automatically, and I was like confused. But you're right. It is indeed game 3. I'm not hosting the lobby because that's just more involvement than I think I got approved for. They maybe would be fine with me running the lobby as well, but I didn't ask. This is the Cash Cup for Epic. They approved me to be a streamer who watches. Technically, the admins can have the ability to do stuff like pause matches and stuff. I don't know if they told me I can do that, so I'm just not doing it. Because the last thing I want is to pause a game or end it early or something, and then there's controversy, and then Epic goes, actually, you know what? You know how we let you stream that stuff? Clearly, we can't do that because you're just meddling with the games, so we're going to take it away. That is the condition I am avoiding at all costs by making no decisions and just watching the game as a spectator. Okay, sheep. That's fair. Fair criticism. Diaz dodging a demo, wanted to hook this around Wavy, couldn't get there in time for that. Diaz has missed a couple of these back wall dashes, and great recognition from Wavy to not get too fancy with it. Diaz is completely out of the play. Just slam that thing off the wall, get it to the center field as quick as possible. There's a wide open net waiting for you. Diaz this time getting stopped by Wavy, something that we hadn't seen in a while. Wavy, I'm sure, would rather bring it back here in a reverse sweep than having to play another series. Diaz up on the verge, though, of quickly getting us into the true grand final if he's able to finish this one off. He should be able to score this. Wow, such a passive decision by Diaz. It felt like if he really got behind the ball and tried to move it to an opposite corner, no way Wavy gets that kind of lateral movement. Going in and out in the save is really hard to get the left and right movement. It's easier to kind of jump back down if you need to. So I would have expected Diaz to just pick a side and place it there to test to see if Wavy could get that movement. But instead he just went for a very passive decision of just waiting and hoping he could get a 50 that would result in another goal. It didn't result in another goal. Instead, it's eventually Wavy who scores. Diaz on the kickoff gets the ball in front of the nets. 2 saves in a row for Wavy. He feels like he's bought himself time to go grab boost, and he has for the moment. But it will be a wall to air dribble from Diaz. Wavy off the ceiling, can't get to the ball. He gets a demo, but Diaz will score from the grave. Generational run from Diaz. Diaz has had a really tough bracket, no question. Nice save from Wavy, but the landing is awkward enough that the goal is not possible. Try to get back around the ball. Gets deleted. Heavy first touch from Diaz. He wants to close the distance on the respawning defender, and he will punish. Wavy also pre-flipping out to the side wall even helps Diaz's case of trying to go quickly. Oh, big kickoff win. In what feels like... Oh, what? I can't explain it. It's point shaving. Diaz bet the under on this game result. I don't know what to say. Diaz had the under on 8 goals being scored. I don't know. He will score now. I mean, maybe he's trying to get into Wavy's head even more. But my goodness, was that not just the freest tap in ever? Everybody in chat would have hit that in. Diaz clearly electing to just not do it. Diaz at ceiling heights over the top of Wavy. Off the and one. Gets back to the ball. 6-3. Seems really likely that this one's headed to the second series. Diaz trying to make light work of the first one. 50 seconds to hold on to this lead. Another kickoff in his favor. Diaz takes this one to the ground. 7-3. This feels like forfeit territory. It can feel so impossible, especially when you have another series. It's like, just give me to the next series. But Wavy not going to do that. Going to continue to try and fight this one out. I feel like one more goal, though, would do it. Wavy intercepts the Diaz kickoff win. Taps this one over the top of him. Diaz forced him to put too much power on that. And now leaning back for a reset. At this point, you don't need the forfeit because it's over. You might as well wait the time. Wavy's freestyling as well. He recognizes he lost. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he is still trying. But we'll see. 14 seconds left. He might as well go for a cheeky kickoff. But Diaz delay secures it. Wall to air dribble for fun. What's he got in store for us? Double reset. That's it. Surely Diaz can get more than that. Wavy doesn't even want to go to a goal replay. He wants to make sure it's 0 seconds if he's going to score it. Series 1 goes to Diaz. We got another one coming right up. No. Wavy's trying to decide if you're supposed to GG's. No, I think. Like, is it toxic if I don't GG's? Because we have another one. It is bracket reset, which means there will now be an L next to Wavy's name as well. I do think you should guys make sure to check it in. I think they probably are right now. Yeah, okay. Technically, they should swap teams. And Diaz will now be on the orange team. We'll see if they do that. Oh, they're waiting for me. Now the question is, does Wavy say, hey, yo, you're supposed to be orange team? He does not. He just accepts orange team. All right. Bracket resets in the North American Cash Cup as well. Diaz versus Wavy, one final series. You will see the two L's next to their names indicate the fact that they have now both lost. Their lives are gone. It's all down to this. Diaz, dude, he's continuing to show that camera work as he sets up on the back wall, peeling what is almost a full reverse cam back to see what Wavy is up to as he chases him down. Diaz flick to open up the new series. Denied. It feels like Wavy's got to get something going if he wants to try and finish first here. Diaz going to cancel his front flip as he shoots at an open net. (1-0) lead. Wavy could afford to have some kickoffs go his way and get something out of him. And that's what happened to instantly tie this one back up. Wavy, nice mix-up. Delaying slowly, making sure not to just play it into the rhythm of Diaz on defense, who has jumped and forced back down and tries to jump again. Too late. Wavy has already diced you up. And now he's staring at a lead, something that he hasn't seen what feels like in a long time. It's just been Diaz domination. Mr. Raposo, leave the raid. Welcome to the grand finals bracket reset of Diaz versus Wavy. Diaz will equalize after winning the first series 3-0. We're back into another one. Both these guys now 3 wins away from first place. Kick out for Wavy. Another kickoff for Wavy. Sorry, Wavy for Diaz. Kickoff for Diaz. It's been a long day of streaming. Both of the 1v1 brackets today went to bracket reset. Guys, did the Sam one as well go to bracket reset? I think it might have. It was Swift Wisty. I did not see the exact details of it. But the competition is fierce today in the 1v1 scene. Wavy the side flip and the flick to the nets. And he has kept this one within striking distance. He needs to do that. It is threatening to pull away from him. Spoilers for the European tournaments. For people who haven't watched that. I'm giving you a pause moment to decide if you really don't want to hear them. Moxie was able to win that one. In the same position as Diaz, coming from lowers. And then getting the 2 straight wins needed. Diaz trying to do the same. Diaz holding that flip until the moment it feels right. And it is not easy to set up the air dribble such that you can just float behind this with no need to use any boost or make any adjustments. Just sit and wait and be prepared to use the flip when it makes sense. Diaz starting to pull away again. Sure, you technically get a fresh start here when you head to a new series, but I'm sure it doesn't feel fresh for Wavy. Diaz putting a ton of air on that flick. How did he avoid getting demoed? He just gets undercut and rides on top of Wavy for a while before recovering. And he even flips off of him too. Don't know if we got a reset off of him, but he survives and extends the lead 7-4. Oh, Wavy. Whenever you just barely miss the wave dash, it looks so funny. Nice pre-flip flick. Hey, that's how you instantly recover. Nothing like a silly missed wave dash into immediate redemption on the pre-flip flick. Diaz going to make it 8-5. A lot of kickoff goals here as these guys play longer and longer 1v1 days as it continues to go on. His ability to lock in, secure these kickoffs, prevent them from being instant goals, kind of slipping from them. What was that? Diaz just seemed like he was taking a drink of water. Will he be able to make it work for him is the question, as he did not move at all off the kickoff, but quickly started moving about a half second after it ended. Diaz. Oh my goodness. Got way more movement than he should have gotten on the reset. He actually needed less, or needed to fake it and go down. Wavy was going in and out, but he top shelved it, which is one of the easier places to save when you're going in and outs. Diaz is not skipping replay either. I wonder if he's like wiping hands off, getting sweaty or something, or drinking some water. Even when he gets scored on, he's watching it through. Diaz up 2, trying to go for 4 straight game wins against Wavy to start this series on the right foot as well. Wavy went so far out to the midfield. Double jump, bump will connect. Maybe this one's air dribble, but it's nice and low height. There's really only one additional touch after the double jump. Wavy behind the ball. Forced into net as well. 54 seconds. Diaz, oh my goodness, he was expecting Wavy to dive in. He tried to beat him, wow, by chipping it early and getting the dive to go underneath the ball. Wavy was a little bit more patient though and read the setup high and is able to score off the double. 45 seconds. That was a big goal for Wavy in what felt like a moment in which he was going to be out of the game if Diaz was able to possess that kickoff. Now instead, they vie for control with 30 seconds on the clock, and Wavy has a great opportunity to score this one. Then cheese a kickoff. Why not? Has the air dribble. I'm not sure he got the reset or not. He's going to go for the bump. Diaz makes it back. It was too slow moving. Even though he connected on the bump, that ball took ages to get to the goal line. Diaz going to be able to save it. 10-7. And it's looking like 4 straight here for Diaz. Wavy, oh my goodness. Nothing is going to be allowed. That would have been more brutal if that was his last second tying goal or whatever that he was going to need, had he not had a swing the other way. Wavy, I mean, technically still has a chance, but he can't take any time. He has to just shoot. He has to just push the ball towards the net and hope that it just goes in. And if it does, then he can save a second or two for his next attack. Instead, he waits it out, gets taken away. It's all right. The opposite wouldn't have worked either. I think he was just already in trouble. We had a game number 2 of series number 2. Game 2. Wavy is running out of time to come alive in this series. If you guys are interested in watching their POVs, I think both of them are live. Diaz RLL is Diaz's Twitch, and Wavy's is just Wavy, so should be easy to watch him as Wavy gets an air dribble, a lean back, backflip. Diaz is actually in the right spot. Not a ton of adjustments from that flick, but it does prevent any follow-up from being able to be made. Or maybe without that power, Diaz would have cleared it away and there would have been no second chance. As Wavy gets the kind of start that he needs. And Wavy will continue that start after a back and forth for control of the ball. Wavy's going to go off the ceiling. And it's easy to hold that flip to the right moments in those cases. Diaz again watching a real long replay here as he's trying to get ready for this next kickoff. Usually it's not staring down play, especially not like that one. Certainly wasn't close enough for him to feel like he got cheated. Something he's adjusting over there on his end. Diaz trying to just go speed to top right. Went slightly too high. And now Wavy back the other way. Diaz going for a controlled catch and cut in field as opposed to taking it into the corner, which you'll see a lot of players do. Wavy somewhat prepared for that. Diaz going for the safe attack, and it's going to work. He actually just got a reset on the ball to push it towards the net, allowing him to dash and recover. As opposed to a more all-in play, he could have shot it harder if he had turned in towards the ball, used the nose of his car. Long shot on the ground. It's going to work. Wavy gets caught out of position. Diaz sneaks over the top of him, and then that double jump. Wavy recognized it was too late. Transitioning to the wall and made it so he could not cover the nets. Is this another kickoff goal? It is. Diaz tied it up. There's Wavy's lead erased. Diaz, trying to get an angle. Recognized that Wavy was going to make it back to it. So instead of shooting, just went for the 50. Credit to Wavy for making 2 straight saves, though. He recovers and cleans up that one as well. Diaz just takes his time. Knows Wavy's going to back off. He's going to get his possession chance here. Air dribble, though, is fruitless. As Wavy trying to get a decent 50. These are the kind of 50s that EVOH was getting, where even when he dove challenge like Diaz just did, nice placement from Wavy. Even when he dives, he still manages to get a decent enough play that he buys himself time to recover. Diaz almost did that, but a well-executed flick ends up being the difference, and Wavy still gets his goal. Diaz out of the corner, going to the ground. Wavy knows that. Past couple times, it feels like Diaz has gone high. So he adjusts, or Diaz has gone high and Wavy has saved it. So Diaz adjusts low, and Wavy saves that as well. Diaz will try again, this time on a lower boost Wavy, who is recovering later. And a low boost defender cannot save high. So what does Diaz do? Takes it to the ground and sends it like a bullet into the top of the net. 4-4. It feels like it's on Wavy to just lead in every game from here on out. if he wants to try and bring it back. Is he going to lose 5 straight and need to get another reverse sweep? It's very possible. This kickoff at halfway through the game when they were tied favors Diaz, and he converts on it. So he's right back in the lead as the second half of game 2 ticks down. Diaz up into the air. Wavy kind of pre-jumped, but he pre-jumped so far away. He's on the goal line. It's not really a place you can pre-jump at. You can see Wavy just kind of danced around. Came down to the ground. Wow. Wavy was hoping to undercut and or get a demo. Instead, he just dies. Sacrifices himself for nothing. Diaz! Perfect placement. Sees himself in open field. Has a respawning defender. And puts it right over the top of him in the slim window where you can put it crossbar down. Wavy sending this one down into a ping. Needs to catch some breaks here, and it doesn't seem like those are coming for him. Diaz will lob this one on target. 7-4, minute 34. From the context of the rest of these two series, this lead just feels so much bigger. Wavy has not shown any indication of being able to compete late in these games. Maybe game 1, I think, was kind of close. Otherwise, it's been Diaz taking control in all of them. If he has the lead, he's closed it out. He has the lead right now. And more time are ticking off. No boost for Diaz. No challenge from Wavy, though. So he's going to get away with it. And then single jump the ball into Wavy's control. Diaz instantly dispossesses Wavy once he finally has possession. And there's the next. Wavy's had enough. We are headed to game number 3. Should I join party match? Or was that... what happened there? I see a Wavy. There's a Diaz. Game number 3 of series number 2. It is a potential 6-0 sweep for Diaz in the grand finals coming from the lowers if he can get one more win. Wavy trying to stop that momentum, that 5-0 momentum. And that is a good way to begin game number 3. But at this point, we've seen this before. We've seen leads for Wavy here and there. He's never able to hold on to him. Diaz is relentless and eventually takes his lead. Diaz off the back wall. Wavy is interacting with chat. Is that what you're saying? That is interesting to know. Diaz and Wavy are both streaming. Usually, in tournaments like this, people will start to go, you know, no cam, no mic in the big games. Sounds like the reporting from GC is such that Wavy is not no cam, no mic. He still has cam, still has mic. And, I mean, this is not an easy time to talk to chat when you've been having a rough go of it and you've lost 5 straight and now you're 1 loss away. But at that point, I don't know. At what point do you turn it off? It feels like you're almost accepting defeat slightly, if that makes any sense. Like, oh, I'm going to have to turn it off now if I want to win. Either way. Teams, thank you for the 7 months prime. I don't think Diaz is using mic or cam. Don't think he ever uses cam. Not sure if he's using the mic or not. He also did a song request. Wavy's just chilling. I think that, you know, it's not necessarily the definition of like not being locked or not playing to your best. I remember, I tell this story a bunch, but like Chronic would need to be in voice chats with friends to play his best, to like not overthink it, I think, especially early on. So he'd make sure to get in voice with somebody during a show match. Can be helpful to keep the mental right here. Wavy is going to have a tough time, though. 1-1. Even that peak early has now been equalized. Diaz right back in control. Wavy able to get a decent 50. I say that, and instantly Wavy's the one to get a goal as he's able to take advantage of Diaz getting antsy there in the corner. Diaz past Wavy, easy force in. I thought maybe he was going to ping. A little disappointed that no ping came from it. There's the ping we were waiting for. 2-2. Diaz with the speed, turning on the ball. Wavy is not even going to have a chance to rotate back because it's already on target. Wavy just losing the race, man. He's just waiting this one out, thinking there's a way in the world he can beat Diaz to the ball there while swinging wide. Diaz is not going to allow that. Too speedy right now. Chain dash game on points. (3-2) now for Diaz. Lower scoring game. This one technically in the balance the whole way, but I gotta admit, man, it just feels like we're walking towards the Diaz sweep. Nothing we've seen from Wavy seems to show that he's trying to take over the game. Diaz just still in possession. It's Wavy save after Wavy save. Sure, he's surviving right now, but what is he going to throw at Diaz when he has control? Here's his opportunity. Diaz pre-jumps, low 50. Hey, maybe you just got to be chilling. Maybe you don't need to go crazy. Maybe chilling is the answer, as GC talked about. As here, he's going to do a whole bunch of nothing, and it's basically going to pay off, as Diaz was expecting more. And now a nice read on a fake kickoff. Diaz, though, gets a pretty strong half flip into the ball. Might even be favored here in this position now, although he would try to dive in with his boost advantage. Wavy is not going to be able to get up to this one. Diaz knows he can go for it and get it clean as long as he goes before it hits the ground, essentially. Now Diaz going to try and get a ton of movement on his reset. Didn't do so and didn't get the best recovery ever. Wavy looking at an open net. Wavy has a lead in the final minutes. Maybe, just maybe, Wavy's got it in him to clutch this one out. Diaz is the one watching the replays. He has been watching replays all day for whatever reason. Wave dash recovery, bump onto Diaz to try and prevent him from the early possession, but I still think Diaz is going to get one. He's trying to test. If Wavy's going to go to the corner, he's going to cut it inside even more and punish him for that. So he basically says, you can't go to my corner. You have to back off. Wavy makes that right read as well. With 23 seconds left to go. Diaz, little look at demo. That is that camera work from Diaz, pulling his camera down instantly so he can see where Wavy is. And that allows him to line up the demo to secure the tying goal. 18 seconds left to go. Diagonal kickoff. A volatile one. Will there be any shenanigans? Diaz able to win this one. Wavy slightly delayed it. A save from Wavy to stay alive in this tournament. Diaz out of the corner. Flipping to get behind the ball. Can't make anything happen. 2 bumps is Wavy in no man's land. Neither one of them has much boost at all. Wavy in and out of the net. Can he make the save? He does! Diaz tried to put as much lateral movement on as possible. Counterattack from Wavy. This should not be in, but it stands a chance, and it will hit crossbar and post. Overtime in game number 3. It feels like game number 6. Since it is the 6th game they played, and it will just be a kickoff for the tournament. Diaz takes it. Wavy, his closest game yet. It still ends in Diaz victory. 3-0, 3-0, your North American pureblood champion. North American through and through. Diaz. Jeez. What a long day today. Fun games, Diaz Moxie. Is that in our future? Are we headed to a Diaz Moxie in Leon? We could be. Could be headed to a Rawas Moxie, a Nupo Moxie in Leon. Credit to Diaz, good game play today. It really only leaves us one thing left to do. It's going to be finished with Diaz in first, Wavy second, EVO third, FIRSTKILLER fourth. Chat, if you haven't been here before, we are going to do one last thing here on the stream today because you guys hit the sub goal so cleanly. We're going to head over to Thin Ice. Type exclamation point play if you want a chance at a free sub. There's really no risk. If you do get last, you get banned for as long as we can ban you without it being permanent. But that's not so bad. Think about it. Could be worse. Chat, if you guys enjoyed today's 2 streams, follow the stream if you haven't already. Nice little reminder. I don't really talk about following the stream very often. A lot of the action shows up on the YouTube. If you want to see it later, you can always check it out there. Also, the YouTube is live, so if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We got our 100,000 subscribers recently. Let's see if we can get a quick 200 marbles, though. Type exclamation point play, and we'll run it. I haven't been able to post to the secondary channel like I wanted to, which I knew there was a chance that would happen, but at the early part of the year, I feel like I had extra time to like make those happen. I have not felt like I've had that extra time at all. $165. Are we just going to have to settle? Are we just going to have to settle? Moldy Midget! Thank you for the 38 months, tier 1. Appreciate you. We've hit the overworking mark, which means we're into the 5th hour, which means we're supposed to get to what? 35 subs? But we let it carry over from yesterday. We got to 29 though. That counts. We'll count it. We're streaking. I swear on God, I fell asleep to Diaz win. Listen, you didn't even have to fall asleep for very long. Diaz made it quick work. All right, certainly in the last 10 seconds, 11 people or 20 people clutch up because we got to start going. So we're gonna start. Type exclamation point play, clutch up, chat. Get us to 200. Type exclamation point play. We might have to settle for 183 people. When is the NA regional? It's tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow, guys. If you're wanting more Fear streams, we'll be live again tomorrow for Mina watch party and then NA watch party. And then where are you going, Casper? Is there a way to get out from underneath? Or is Gnarly just... Yeah, he's just dead. None of the cash cups are international? No, because they're not lands. Uncle Chai looking good. Can anybody get over the thin ice? I'm not sure I've seen anybody get over the thin ice. I think it's just pure luck based. Oh! Whoa! So many people are making it over the thin ice. Nobody's breaking the thin ice. Is it? There we go. Wow, the ice has been so thin when I've watched it in previous times. The ice was extra thick today. Although the thin ice people might have gotten there faster. Wait, the thin ice people bypass all that? Oh, but if you go through over the top, you jump straight to the end. Surely one of the thin icers end up winning here, right? Or I guess you could call them the thick icers, whoever it was who made it over the top. Certainly it's got to be Claire, right? This is just a walk-in, a layup. Certainly no one beats you here, and you don't choke this, Mr. Claire. Wait, where you go? Oh, you bounce up? Never mind. You bounce up and then have to go back down into the funnel, but you're still going to win, actually. You still didn't choke it. Congratulations, Claire. Not a follower of the stream. I usually mention how long they've been following. They don't follow. But they're a winner. All right. Loser is the last one in the buckets. We'll see them in 2 weeks. You do not want to be last. The Crizzle, Handy Zandy, you're probably good. Four Nice. Dr. Wang Gang, you're fine. You won't get last. J Brownies, Jigsaw. This is starting to be Danger Zone. Danger Zone, Danger Zone. Vashius? I think it's Vashius. I think it's Vashius. Pretty darn sure it is. Vashius. It was great having you here. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you all for hanging out today. It was a good time. Hopefully you had a good time as well. Shout out Epic for the cash cups and letting me hop in there. Shout out the players for playing. Tomorrow, Mina and NA RLCS. Mina playoffs, NA group stage. Be there or be square. Thanks for hanging out today. We're going to watch some ads, find somebody to raid. Later, homies.